Please be seated. Good morning. This is the 2 a.m. initial appearance hearing calendar for March 25th, 2026. The court's orders for taking of DNA and fingerprints that were given on the first calendar of the month shall apply to all matters on this calendar. As you just heard in the recording, this is for a very specific type of hearing. I will tell you why you are here. If an attorney has been appointed for you, when and where your next hearing will be. If you are eligible for release, what your release conditions are, and any bond amount required. I will not read all the release conditions to each of you, that is your responsibility, but I may point out a few depending on your case. You're all here today on criminal matters. That means you do have the right to remain silent. Anything you say or do may be held against you. This hearing is being recorded. It is also being live streamed. So I will only ask you for your name and your date of birth. Because the hearing is being streamed live, there may be victims watching this hearing, so I will read a victim rights advisement, and then we'll proceed with your hearings. If you are the victim of a crime with a case pending before this court, you are advised that you have rights under Arizona law, that among others include the right to be treated with fairness, respect, and dignity, to a speedy trial, to be present at court proceedings, to choose whether or not to be interviewed by the defendant or defendant's attorney, to be heard before the court makes a decision on release, negotiation of a plea, scheduling and sentencing, and to receive restitution from a person who is convicted of causing you loss. If you have not already been provided with a written statement of all victims' rights, please contact the Victim Services Division of the Prosecutor's Office. We'll now start your hearings, and I'll call you in one at a time. When it's your turn, please come to the podium in the center of the room and speak into the microphone. I will call a second person's name. Please have a seat in the chairs right there by the door so that we can move through quickly. I may need to pause the hearings from time to time to handle warrants, so please do remain seated unless your name has been called to come in. When you are finished with your hearing, you will be provided with paperwork, and on that paperwork is the information I'm about to give you, but also the full release conditions. So make sure you hold on to that. It'll have your attorney's phone number, it'll have the date, time, location of your next hearing, and your release conditions. We'll begin today with Brittany Sachs. Please come to the podium, and then after that will be Israel Kalonji. Have a seat by the door, please. Good morning, ma'am. Please say your name and date of birth.
Brittany Ann Sachs, 12/12/96.
Thank you, ma'am. You're here today on an arrest warrant. So what that means is the state has now brought charges against you, and it's for narcotic drugs in your possession, which is a Class 4 felony, and drug paraphernalia, which is a Class 6 felony. And this is from March 18th. So an attorney has been appointed to assist you. Your next hearing is downtown Phoenix on March 31st at 8:30 in the morning. I understand that you are already in custody on another matter, and so in order to make sure you get credit and get transportation, I have set a $50 placeholder bond. If you're able to post your bond or be released in your other matter, and you can post this one too, make sure you take yourself out to this hearing. If you are not able to post these bonds, then you'll stay in custody and be transported to the hearings. Please take your paperwork, ma'am.
Okay.
Israel Kalonji, please come to the podium. Donald Roy, have a seat by the door. Please say your name and your date of birth.
My name is Israel Kalonji, 11/16/1990.
Thank you, sir. You're here today on two matters. They're both probation violation warrants. It's alleged that you violated terms 3, 4, and 5 of your probation. So attorneys have been appointed to assist you on both your probation matters. Your next hearing will be April 1st at 8:30 in the morning downtown Phoenix. One of your probation warrants carries a $250 bond, so you'll see that printed on the release orders, and it has all the regular terms and conditions of a probationer. But your other warrant, because of what you were on probation for, under the Arizona Criminal Rule 7.2c, you're not eligible for release because you may receive a term of incarceration. So you are going to be held without bond on the one probation, so don't pay your other bond. You'll be taken to the probation hearing, and at that time the judge may change these orders. Please take your paperwork, sir. Donald Roy, please come to the podium. Erickson Miller, have a seat by the door. Please say your name and your date of birth.
Donald Roy, 5461.
Thank you, sir. You are here today on a new case. It was alleged that you may have committed 2 counts of aggravated assault, which is a Class 2 felony, 1 count drive-by shooting, Class 2 felony, 2 counts of endangerment, Class 6 felony, 1 count disorderly conduct with a weapon, which is a Class 6 felony, and then 1 count criminal damage that's alleged as a misdemeanor. Based on the law enforcement report, this court did find probable cause and has appointed an attorney to assist you. Your next hearing will be downtown Phoenix on March 31st at 8:30 in the morning. This court did review the victim impact statements that were submitted and did consider the lethality of the actions that have been alleged. And so your bond is set at a cash-only appearance bond of $750,000. If you are able to post this bond, you would have electronic monitoring and house arrest. You're not to have any contact with the alleged victim, witnesses, or complainants. You're not to possess weapons, possess or consume alcohol or drugs without a valid prescription. You may not leave the state of Arizona without written permission from this court. If you are able to post the bond, make sure you comply with those release conditions. If you are not able to post the bond, you'll stay in custody and you'll be transported to your next hearing. Your attorney's phone number is on your paperwork. Please take your paperwork, sir. Erickson Miller, please come to the podium. Carl Jones, have a seat by the door. Good morning. Please say your name and date of birth.
Erickson Miller, 2/19/1998.
Thank you, sir. I know you were handed a placard prior to the hearing, and normally we would give someone in your position an opportunity to make a choice. However, because you have some Arizona pending cases, I am not going to give you that choice. So here's the situation. You're here on a new Arizona case, and it's alleging aggravated assault, which is a Class 3 felony, misconduct involving weapons, which is a Class 4 felony, and then disorderly conduct with a weapon, which is a Class 6 felony. This court did find probable cause on those new Arizona allegations and appointed an attorney to assist you. Your next hearing is downtown Phoenix on March 31st at 8:30 in the morning. And on these new allegations, you do have a $25,000 secured appearance bond. You have release conditions. Don't return to the scene of the alleged crime or have any contact. So make sure you read through those. Your other matter here today, though, sir, is a fugitive of justice matter. And because you now have Arizona pending cases, I can't offer you that waiver because you can't be held in custody for up to 30 days after the conclusion of your Arizona case, since we don't know when your Arizona case is going to conclude. So instead, I have set bond for you and a hearing, sir. So this is a civil hearing, and the hearing is to determine if the state of Kentucky will get a governor's warrant for your arrest. And the governor's warrant, it's a civil hearing, so you can hire your own attorney for this civil hearing, and then they would be required to, at the next hearing, it'll be determined if that governor's warrant should be issued, and the governors of Kentucky and Arizona would have up to 90 days to sign that warrant. So your hearing will be April 6th, 1:30 in the afternoon. And even though the Kentucky teletype about your warrant indicates no bond, under the Arizona law, you are still eligible for bond, and so $25,000 cash only has been set in that matter. So you have two $25,000 bonds, one's secure for Arizona, one's cash for Kentucky. If you're able to post both those bonds, go to both your hearings, or they will issue a warrant for your arrest with more bond. So if you're not able to post those bonds, you will stay in custody, and you'll be transported to those two hearings. Okay, please take your paperwork, sir. Carl Jones, please come to the podium. Trey Vaughn, have a seat by the door, please.
Hey, good morning.
Please say your name and your date of birth.
It's Carl Jones, and it's 9/26/86.
Thank you, sir. You're here today on a new case. It was alleged you may have committed child abuse, which is a Class 4 felony. So an attorney has been appointed to assist you. Your next hearing is downtown Phoenix on March 31st at 8:30 in the morning. You are eligible for release under a secured appearance bond of $10,000 with release conditions. Those conditions include that you must comply with all directives of the Arizona Department of Child Safety. So their acronym is DCS, Arizona Department of Child Safety. You're not to have any contact with the alleged victim, witnesses, or complainants. So you're not to have any contact with minors, and that includes your other minor children, because research indicates that individuals who engage in violence toward family members may show a propensity to continue to engage in that behavior, and their other children may become targets of such behavior. You're not to possess any weapons, any drugs without a valid prescription. If an order of protection is issued against you, you must follow that order. So, and your last main condition that's specific to you is you must comply with all directives of Arizona Department of Child Safety, and you may return home if the alleged victim has been removed by DCS. So you can go home if there are no children in the home. If there are children in the home, you'll need to find somewhere else to stay. If you're not able to post the bond, you'll stay in custody and be transported to your next hearing. That no victim contact order applies whether or not you are in custody or out of custody. Please take your paperwork, sir. And we'll need to pause for just one moment. We will resume with Trey Vaughn. Please come to the podium. And then Philip Pope, have a seat by the door, please. Please say your name and date of birth.
Trayvon, 10/8/92.
Thank you, sir. You're here today on two matters. The first one is a new case. It was alleged that you committed unlawful imprisonment, which is a Class 6 felony, and then assault, disorderly conduct, and then passively resisting arrest. Those are all alleged as misdemeanors. This court did find probable cause and appointed an attorney to assist you.
Okay.
Your next hearing will be downtown Phoenix on March 31st at 8:30 in the morning. You are eligible for release under a $5,000 secured appearance bond. If you're able to post that bond, you're not to return to the scene of the alleged crime or have any contact with the alleged victim, witnesses, or complainants. You're not to possess weapons, possess or consume alcohol or drugs without a valid prescription. I do understand that this is your residence, and so one civil standby is permitted, which means you can call law enforcement first, and they'll escort you there to get medication, identification, or clothing you might need. Also, because you have a child in common and you're ordered not to have victim contact, you may still go through a third party to have parent time.
Okay.
And then lastly, you are cautioned that whether or not you are in custody or out of custody, if you were to violate that no victim contact order, it may be considered aggravated harassment, which is a Class 6 felony.
Okay.
If you were out of custody and that happened, you would no longer be eligible for bond. If you're in custody and that happened, they would bring new allegations against you.
Okay.
Just to make sure you understand. So your other matter here today is a probation violation warrant. So any new allegations of criminal activity results in a term 1 violation. An attorney has been appointed for you, and your next hearing is downtown Phoenix, April 1st, 8:30 in the morning. and this carries a $500 bond. So altogether, you have $5,500 secured bond. If you post it, follow your release conditions, call your probation officer, tell them about your hearing. If you can't post it, you'll stay in custody and be transported to your next hearings.
Okay.
Please take your paperwork, sir. Philip Hope, please come to the podium. Travis Kunz, have a seat by the door. Please say your name and date of birth.
Philip Pope, January 23rd, 1985.
Thank you, sir. You're here today on a new case. It is alleged that you had drug paraphernalia in your possession, which is a Class 6 felony, and that you may have committed assault as a misdemeanor. This court did find probable cause and appointed an attorney to assist you. Your next hearing is downtown Phoenix, March 31st at 8:30 in the morning, and you are eligible for release under a $5,000 secured appearance bond. You would have pretrial services supervision. If you're able to post that bond, do not return to the scene of the alleged crime or have any contact with the alleged victim, witnesses, or complainants. If an order of protection is issued against you, be sure to comply with that. You are cautioned that the no victim contact order applies whether you are in or out of custody. If you were to violate it while you're out of custody, you would not be eligible for bond. If you're in custody, they may bring additional charges. Please take your paperwork, sir. Travis Kunz, please come to the podium. Ruben Covarrubias, have a seat by the door, please. Please say your name and date of birth.
Travis Wade Coons, 22271.
Thank you, sir. You're here today on a new case. It's alleged that you may have committed burglary, which is a Class 4 felony. So an attorney has been appointed to assist you, and your next hearing is downtown Phoenix on March 31st, 8:30 in the morning. You're eligible for release under a $5,000 secured appearance bond with electronic monitoring. If you're able to post that bond, do not return to the scene of the alleged crime or have any contact with the alleged victim, witnesses, or complainants. If you cannot post the bond, you'll stay in custody and be transported to your next hearing. Please take your paperwork, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
Ruben Covarrubias, please come to the podium. Jesus Avena, have a seat by the door, please. Please say your name and your date of birth.
Ruben Covarrubias Jr., 9/20/1986.
Thank you, sir. You're here today on a new case. It's alleged you had dangerous drugs in your possession. That's a Class 4 felony. Drug paraphernalia, that's a Class 6 felony, and that you were tampering with evidence, also a Class 6 felony. An attorney has been appointed to assist you. Your next hearing is downtown Phoenix on March 31st at 8:30 in the morning. You are eligible for release under a secured appearance bond of $4,000. If you're able to post the bond, you'll have pretrial services. If you're not able to post the bond, you'll stay in custody and be transported to your next hearing. Please take your paperwork, sir.
Cool.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Brittany McCrae, please come to the podium. Stormy Clark, please have a seat by the door. Which one?
You skipped the.
Oh, I skipped Mr. Jesus. Okay. I'll call him next. Sorry about that. Please say your name and date of birth.
Brittany McCrae, 10/30/89.
Thank you, ma'am. You're here today on two matters. One is a new case, or excuse me.
No.
You're here on probation violation warrants.
Yes.
It's alleged that you violated terms 3, 4, and 7 of your probation.
What are those?
So an attorney has been appointed to assist you, and your next hearing are both on April 1st at 8:30 in the morning downtown Phoenix. On both your matters, you do have bond. One of them is $500, the other is $250. So together that's $750 secured appearance bond. If you're able to post your bond, call your probation officer and go to your hearings. If you're not, you'll stay in custody and be transported there.
What are those violations?
3, 4, and 7. So it is part of your terms of conditions of probation. 3 is not reporting as directed. Last time you reported was January 6th. 4 is refusing to participate in substance abuse treatment, and then it goes into detail. And 7 is did not submit testing as directed, and it lists out various dates.
Ma'am, that's not true.
Well, that is what the warrants said, and those were signed by the probation judges, and that was what was issued for your arrest.
That's
So
not true.
you can argue about the merits with the probation judge, and you can let your attorney know that you disagree with what those warrants say. But as of right now, those warrants are valid. They were issued by probation, so I am going to affirm them.
So no release?
Not unless you post your bond.
Is it, the whole 750 or? how
No,
does that work?
it's secured. You can use a bonding company.
So is it 10%?
It depends on the bonding company, but you can contract with them.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. And we will go back to Jesus Avina. Please come to the podium. Sorry about that. After that will be Stormy Clark. Please say your name and date of birth.
Jesus Avina, January 29, 1996.
Thank you, sir. You're here on a new case. It was alleged that you had narcotic drugs in your possession. That's a Class 4 felony. Robbery, that's a Class 4 felony. And then having drug paraphernalia, that's a Class 6 felony.
Yeah.
An attorney has been appointed to assist you, and your next hearing is downtown Phoenix on March 31st, 8:30 in the morning.
Okay.
You're eligible for release under a $2,500 bond with electronic monitoring. If you're able to post it, don't go back to the scene of the alleged crime or have any contact with the alleged victim, witnesses, or complainant.
There was no crime, man. I came back.
According to the law enforcement report, it did appear that robbery may have taken place. But if you disagree with that, talk to your attorney. Their phone number's on your paperwork.
All right.
Please take your paperwork, sir. Stormy Clark, please come to the podium. Brian White, please have a seat by the door. Please say your name and date of birth.
Stormy Clark, 10/5/93.
Thank you, ma'am. You're here today on two matters. It looks like the first one is a new case. It was alleged you had dangerous drugs, which is a Class 4 felony, and drug paraphernalia, that's a Class 6 felony. This court did find probable cause and appointed an attorney to assist you. Your next hearing is March 31st at 8:30 in the morning. You have a bond of $250 on your new case. Your other matter here today is your probation violation. So it looks like you missed your revocation arraignment hearing. An attorney was already appointed for you in that matter, and your next hearing will now be April 1st, 8:30 in the morning. It also carries a $250 bond. So it's $500 total. If you're able to post your bond, call your probation officer and go to both your hearings. If you cannot post your bond, you'll stay in custody and be transported to your hearings.
Okay,
Okay, please take your paperwork.
thank you.
Brian White, please come to the podium. Mario Martinez, have a seat by the door, please. Please say your name and date of birth.
Brian White, 7/26/1962.
Thank you, sir. You're here today on a new case. It was alleged you had dangerous drugs in your possession. That's a Class 4 felony. An attorney has been appointed to assist you. Your next hearing is downtown Phoenix on April 9th at 8:30 in the morning. You are being released under pretrial services today. Make sure you go to your hearing, please. Please take your paperwork, sir.
Thank you.
Mario Martinez. So your case is done, ma'am. That is encouraging. I'm glad that you're making progress. Mario Martinez, please come to the podium, and then Jaime Villaverde, have a seat by the door, or Jamie Villaverde. Please say your name and date of birth.
Mario Martinez, 7/29/81.
Thank you, sir. You're here today on a new case alleging narcotic drugs in your possession. That's a Class 4 felony, and drug paraphernalia. That's a Class 6 felony. This court found probable cause and did appoint an attorney to assist you. Your next hearing will be downtown Phoenix on April 9th at 8:30 in the morning. You are going to be released today under pretrial services. Make sure you go to your hearing so they don't issue a warrant for your arrest that carries bond.
Okay.
All right, please take your paperwork, sir. Jaime Villaverde, please come to the podium. Anaya Eduardo, have a seat by the door, please. Please say your name and date of birth.
Jaime Villaverde, 09/17/01.
Thank you, sir. You're here today on an arrest warrant. It is alleging that in May of 2025, you may have committed aggravated driving under the influence, and that's 2 counts. So an attorney has been appointed to assist you. Your next hearing will be downtown Phoenix on April 9th at 8:30 in the morning. You are going to be released because you did file a motion to quash this on March 10th, but no hearing had been set yet.
I had it for today.
Oh,
at
no.
8:30 a.m.
And were you already in custody by then?
Yeah.
Okay, so I couldn't see that in the docket, but you are going to be released under pretrial services today with random illegal drug and alcohol testing. That gives you a chance to prove to the court you can remain sober. And your next hearing is going to be April 9th, 8:30 in the morning, so it gives you a little bit of time. And that way this warrant is resolved and go to your next hearing, because I know you're going to, right?
Yes.
Okay, please take your paperwork.
Thank you.
Anaye Eduardo, please come to the podium, and I apologize for saying your name wrong already. Shannon Solis, please have a seat by the door.
Good morning.
Please say your name and date of birth.
Eduardo Anaya, 1969.
Is your first name Eduardo?
Yes.
Let me make that update. Sorry about that. Okay, that makes more sense to me.
Are there people whose name actually is Anaya?
Yeah,
Yeah?
it is reversed, so that is now one of your AKAs, also known as, so. Okay, so you're here today on a municipal court warrant about driving without a valid license. It's alleged as a misdemeanor, and this court cannot appoint an attorney for you, but you can hire one or represent yourself. Your next hearing is going to be at Youngtown Municipal Court, April 9th at 9 a.m. You're going to be released today on your promise to go and get this taken care of. I've included their phone number for you too, so you can call ahead and just find out what you need to do to make sure this warrant doesn't keep coming back.
You know, it's funny because I was going to try to go move to Youngtown because of my SSI for Social Security, because they have places to live over there.
Yeah.
And I was going to go down there and find out if there was any warrants or anything before I moved over there. But
you do. You have a warrant, so go get it taken care of, sir.
All right.
All right, thank you. Please take your paperwork. Shannon Solis, please come to the podium. And then Jessica Brown, have a seat by the door.
Good morning.
Good morning. Please say your name and date of birth.
Shannon Solis, April 23rd, 1972.
Thank you, ma'am. You're here today on a new case. It was alleged you committed theft of means, which is a Class 3 felony, and that you had dangerous drugs in your possession. That's a Class 4 felony. An attorney has been appointed to assist you. Your next hearing is downtown Phoenix on April 9th at 8:30 in the morning. You are going to be released today on your promise to go to the hearing with conditions. So don't go back to the scene of the alleged crime or have any contact with the alleged victim, witnesses, complainants, or co-defendant in this case, the person you were arrested with, okay? And then just make sure you go to your next hearing or they will issue a warrant for your arrest that does carry bond.
Okay.
All right, please take your paperwork.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Jessica Brown, please come to the podium. Good morning. Please say your name and date of birth.
Jessica Brown, 12/15/1996.
Thank you, ma'am. So your case is a little different. You are here as a fugitive of justice. You do have the opportunity to choose whether or not to demand a hearing or waive your hearing. But let me give you some information about that. So the state of Kentucky wants you back, and they are saying that the warrant is issued under a probation violation and asking for you to be held without bond. And under the Arizona criminal rules, if it's a probation violation, that is legal. So you are not going to be offered bond or release today. But what I can offer you is you can demand that you have a civil extradition hearing where you'd have to hire your own attorney. That would be set for April 6th at 1:30 in the afternoon. And at that time, they would determine if a governor's warrant should be issued to extradite you back to Kentucky. And both Arizona and Kentucky governors would have up to 90 days to sign that warrant. Your other option is to waive that hearing and be held with no bond for up to 30 days in Maricopa County custody. the county sheriff would notify Kentucky that you're ready to be picked up, and they could come and extradite you. As you know, you don't have bond either way, so you're going to be held in custody either way.
I have a 7-year-old son here.
And I don't have the option to release you with bond because it's a probation violation that they've alleged.
Okay, but is there a way that I can talk to an attorney to see if I can deal with my probation violation here? I can't leave my son.
So unfortunately, I can't appoint an attorney for you in this matter because it is a civil matter. Extradition is a civil matter. They do have phone numbers here, though, at the detention facility of attorneys that you can call and get information and advice from, but I can't appoint one for you. I'm sorry.
Okay.
So you have the choices are demand your hearing. It's set for April 6th. The governors would have up to 90 days to sign the warrant, or waive your hearing and be held with no bond for up to 30 days for Kentucky to come and pick you up.
I don't know the difference.
90 days and 30 days.
So I can be held with 30 days, and what if they don't come?
If they don't come within those 30 days, you'd be released. If they don't come within those 90 days, again, you would be released. But the 90 days wouldn't start until after April 6th. The 30 days would start after tomorrow unless you have any Arizona local pending cases.
I don't.
Okay. It is your choice, ma'am.
I guess 30 days.
Okay. So I need to ask you some questions and to make sure you understand what you're agreeing to. Did you read the waiver of extradition paperwork?
I did.
Do you understand that you don't have to sign the waiver paperwork? You have to say yes or no.
Yes.
Okay. Do you understand you have the right to that civil extradition hearing?
What does the hearing do?
The civil extradition hearing is where they determine if a governor's warrant should be issued, and then the governors of each state would have up to 90 days to come and pick you up.
And get it over with. 30 days is fine.
Okay. Do you understand you have the right to hire a lawyer at your own expense for that civil hearing?
I can't afford it.
But you know
Yes,
you
I
have that
understand.
right. Okay. Do you understand you have the right to demand that the governors of both states sign the extradition warrant?
Yeah.
Do you understand you have, do you want to give up those rights and sign the paperwork?
Yes, fine.
Has anyone threatened you or promised you anything to get you to sign the paperwork?
No.
Okay. Have you had any drugs, alcohol, or medication within the last 24 hours?
Just regular prescription meds.
Okay. Would that alter your mental state, or would it maintain your mental state?
My Vyvanse would, yeah. I take Vyvanse once a day.
Okay. So do you feel like your mental state has been altered?
It's for ADHD. It's okay. I'll be fine.
Okay. All right. All right. Then I can find that you knowingly, intelligently, and voluntarily are going to sign the waiver, and I will also sign it. I will direct the sheriff's office to notify Kentucky that you're ready to return. Kentucky will have up to 30 days from tomorrow to pick you up unless there's local Arizona charges pending, and then the 30 days start after that. Do you have any other questions?
No.
Okay. All right. So I'm going to go ahead and mark that you have said you're going to waive it. You actually have to come and physically sign it. So step over here, please.
Are you gonna have to, okay, go ahead. I'll put up the first thing.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
wait for the interview.
All right, good morning. Is this the Spanish language interpreter?
Good morning. Yes, this is Lucia, ID number 2528.
Good morning, Asia. My name is Commissioner Gentry. This is the initial appearance hearing calendar. I need to ask if you will swear or affirm that you will directly translate my words from English into Spanish and the defendant's words from Spanish into English exactly as we say them or to the best of your ability.
I do.
Thank you. We will begin. Ms. Dania Velasquez, please come to the podium.
Denia Velázquez, por favor, venga al podio.
Please wait for the translator to finish speaking before you speak.
Antes de hablar, espere que la traductora termine de hablar.
Okay. You are here on a criminal matter, and so you do have the right to remain silent.
Está aquí por un caso penal, tiene el derecho a mantenerse en silencio.
This hearing is being recorded, and it is being broadcast live.
Esta audiencia está siendo grabada y está siendo transmitida en vivo.
Okay. Please say your name and your date of birth.
Por favor, diga su nombre y fecha de nacimiento.
Dania Velázquez, julio 21, 1988.
Dania Velasquez, July 21st, 1988.
Thank you. You are here today on a new case.
Gracias. Está aquí hoy por un nuevo caso.
It was alleged that you committed unlawful means of transportation, which is a Class 5 felony.
Usted tiene una presunción de un transporte ilegal, que es un tipo de delito calificado.
Also, that you had dangerous drugs in your possession, that's a Class 4 felony.
También que tiene usted drogas peligrosas en su posesión, tipo de delito clase 4.
An attorney has been appointed to assist you.
Se le ha asignado un abogado para que la asista.
Your next hearing is March 31st at 8:30 in the morning.
Su próxima audiencia es el 31 de marzo a las 8:30 de la mañana.
Your bond is set at $3,000 secured.
Tiene un tipo de fianza securizada de $3,000.
If you're able to post your bond, you would have electronic monitoring.
En caso de poder pagar esta fianza, va a tener un monitoreo electrónico.
You are not to return to the scene of the alleged crime or have any contact with the alleged victim, witness, or complainant.
Usted no va a poder volver al lugar donde se cometió este supuesto crimen. Tampoco va a tener contacto usted con la supuesta víctima, testigos o denunciantes.
If you cannot pay your bond, you will stay in custody and you will be transported to your next hearing.
En caso de no poder pagar la fianza, se va a mantener bajo custodia y va a ser transportada a la próxima audiencia.
Okay. Please take your paperwork, ma'am.
Tome sus papeles, por favor, señora.
Okay. Miss Sheila Bocanegra Velasquez, please come to the podium.
Sheila Bocanegra Velázquez, por favor, venga al podio.
Please wait for the translator to finish speaking before you speak.
Sheila.
Espere que la traductora termine de hablar antes de que usted empiece a hablar.
Please say your name and date of birth.
Diga su nombre y fecha de nacimiento.
Sheila Leslie Bocanegra Velázquez, septiembre 24 de 1980.
Sheila Leslie Bocanegra Velasquez, September 24th, 1980.
Thank you, ma'am. You're here today on a new case.
Esa señora está aquí por un nuevo caso.
It was alleged that you may have committed assault and disorderly conduct. These are both misdemeanors.
Señora, usted está acusada de haber cometido agresión y desorden. Eso son ambos delitos menores.
This court did appoint an attorney to assist you at your next hearing.
Esta corte asignó un abogado para que la pueda asistir en la próxima audiencia.
Your next hearing is at the Peoria Municipal Court on April 14th at 9 a.m.
Próxima audiencia es en la Corte Municipal de Peoria el día 14 de abril a las 9 de la mañana.
Between now and your next hearing, you are not to have any weapons, any alcohol, or any drugs without a valid prescription.
Entre este momento y la próxima audiencia no puede tener armas, alcohol ni drogas sin una receta válida.
If an order of protection is issued, you must comply with that court order.
En caso de hacer una orden de protección, usted tiene que cumplir con dicha orden.
This court received a victim impact statement asking or from the alleged victim that requests that the defendant be permitted to return to the residence.
Esta corte ha recibido una declaración de impacto de víctima solicitando que la supuesta víctima le solicita al defendido que se le permita volver a la residencia.
So you may return home and you may have contact with the alleged victims.
En este caso, puede volver a la casa y tener contacto con la supuesta víctima.
Okay. Please make sure you go to your hearing on April 14th or they will issue a warrant for your arrest.
Asegúrese usted ir a la próxima audiencia y por favor, si usted no va el 14 de abril, se le va a hacer una solicitud de arresto.
Okay. Please take your paperwork.
Tome, por favor, sus papeles.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Hacia. That was our only two Spanish language defendants. We appreciate your service to the court.
Thank you for calling Lionbridge Interpreter 2528 disconnecting. Have a nice day.
Thank you. Okay, we still have one remaining defendant. Is Wyman Cleaver available? Okay. Good morning, sir. Please say your name and your date of birth.
Wyman George Cleaver, April 23, 1986.
Thank you, sir. You're here today on two matters. The first one is a new case where it's alleged you failed to register as a sex offender. That's a Class 4 felony. This court found probable cause and appointed an attorney to assist you. Their phone number will be on the second page. Your next hearing is on March 31st at 8:30 in the morning. And on this one, you have a $500 secured appearance bond with your regular terms and conditions of probation. Your other matter here today is your probation violation warrant. So anytime there's new alleged criminal activity, it does result in a probation violation term 1. You have an attorney appointed, and your next hearing on this is April 1st, 8:30 in the morning. It does carry a $500 bond. So altogether, you're looking at $1,000 in secured appearance bond. If you're able to post it, call your probation officer. Follow the law as far as it regards to the registering as a sex offender, and go to your two hearings. If you're not able to post it, you'll stay in custody and be transported to your next hearing. Okay, please take your paperwork, sir.
All right.
We do have two individuals that we will see as house calls. The first one is Jeremiah Wright, date of birth 1/22/2002, and he is a danger to others. He's here today on a new case alleging armed robbery with a deadly weapon, which is a Class 2 felony. He has been appointed an attorney, and his next hearing is March 31st, 8:30 in the morning, downtown Phoenix, and he has a $10,000 bond. He's currently already in custody, and I did make a note that this bond is in addition to the $5,000 secured appearance bond set in that case, because this is a whole new case with different allegations. The next matter is Andre Holloway, and he is not following directions. His date of birth is 10/23/04. It's a new case alleging one-count aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, Class 3 felony, prohibited weapon, Class 4 felony, disorderly conduct with a weapon, Class 6 felony, endangerment, Class 6 felony, threatening, resisting arrest with physical injury, and criminal damage, all alleged as misdemeanors. This court did find probable cause, appointed an attorney for him, and his next hearing is March 31st, 8:30 in the morning, downtown Phoenix, and he is eligible for release under a secured appearance bond of $25,000 with electronic monitoring and a curfew. He does have very strict release conditions, and included in them are the no victim contact order might result in aggravated harassment, as well as one civil standby because he was arrested at his residence, and he does have a child in common, so he would need to use a third party in order to still have parent time unless that child is named as a protected person.
All right.
Please be seated. Good morning. This is the 5 a.m. initial appearance hearing calendar for March 25th, 2026. The court's orders for taking of DNA and fingerprints that were given on the first calendar of this month shall apply to all matters on this calendar. As you just heard in the recording, this is a very specific type of hearing. I will tell you why you are here, whether an attorney is going to be appointed for you, when and where your next court hearings will be, if you are eligible for release, what your release conditions are, and any bond amount required. I will not explain all the release conditions to each of you, but I may point a few out depending on your case. That is your responsibility to read and review. You're all here today on criminal matters, which means you do have the right to remain silent. Anything you say or do may be held against you. I will only ask you for your name and your date of birth. These hearings are being recorded and they are also being streamed live. And we may have victims watching the live feed, so I will read the victim rights advisement and then we'll begin with the hearing. If you are the victim of a crime with a case pending before this court, you are advised that you have rights under Arizona law, that among others include the right to be treated with fairness, respect, and dignity, to a speedy trial, to be present at court proceedings, to choose whether or not to be interviewed by the defendant or defendant's attorney, to be heard before the court makes a decision on release, negotiation of a plea, scheduling and sentencing, and to receive restitution from a person who is convicted of causing you loss. If you have not already been provided with a written statement of all victims' rights, please contact the Victim Services Division of the Prosecutor's Office. We'll now begin your hearings, and I'll call you in one at a time. When it is your turn, please come to the podium in the center of the room and speak into the microphone. I'll call a second person's name to have a seat in the chair right there by the door so that we can move quickly. I may need to pause the hearings from time to time to handle warrants, so please remain seated until you are called into the hearing room. When your hearing is over and you leave, you'll be given some paperwork, and on that paperwork it will have all the same information I have just provided you and your release conditions that you need to review. So make sure you hold on to that paperwork as it does have the date, time, and location of your next hearing. We'll begin today with Aaliyah Taylor. Please come to the podium, and after that will be Tamika Tatum. Please have a seat by the door. Please say your name and date of birth.
Aaliyah Taylor, August 14th, 1996.
Thank you, ma'am. You're here today on a new case. It was alleged you committed shoplifting, which is a Class 5 felony. An attorney has been appointed to assist you, and your next hearing will be downtown Phoenix on March 31st at 8:30 in the morning. You were already out on pretrial felony release in another matter. It's CR 2025-006538, and because of that, you're not eligible for release today. You will be held without bond until an evidentiary hearing is held on April 1st at 1:30 in the afternoon, and they can determine if you can become eligible for bond at that time. Please take your paperwork and have a seat. Tamika Tatum, please come to the podium. Alberto Luna, have a seat by the door. Please say your name and your date of birth.
Tamika Tatum, 32486.
Thank you, ma'am. You're here today on two matters. The first one is that you failed to go to your sentencing hearing, and that was back looks like March 19th. So you have an attorney in that case already, and your next hearing will be April 1st at 8:30 in the morning. When you failed to go to that sentencing hearing, a warrant was issued for your arrest.
I was late.
And they set the bond at $8,000, and then you had the same release conditions as before. However, you also have another matter, ma'am. and that is a failure to appear at, let me pull it up, a different sentencing hearing, and so a different warrant was issued for your arrest.
It's just one.
Well, you've got two.
I don't know why. They just fingerprinted me too for a second one, but I only have one thing.
So I've got two case numbers as well.
I don't know.
Yeah. So this is a second case number, and this is misconduct involving weapons.
Oh,
the
it's the same
date
case.
of the offense was March 8th, 2024.
Okay, yeah, it's the same thing.
Well, the other one,
Misconduct with weapons and...
no, the other one is dangerous drugs, narcotics,
Oh, yeah,
and drug
that's the same thing.
paraphernalia.
It's the same case. They put them together.
Well, on this other one, the warrant that they issued, they're asking you to be held without any bond under Arizona Criminal Rule 7.2B. So you're not eligible for release today. You're going to get two sets of paper. One will show bond, don't pay it, because they're not going to let you out.
Okay.
All right. Please take your paperwork, ma'am. Alberto Luna, please come to the podium. Jaziel Ellis, have a seat by the door. Right here in the center, sir. Please say your name and date of birth.
Alberto Luna, 06/21/98.
Thank you, sir. You're here today on an arrest warrant. It was alleged that in July and August of 2025, you may have had dangerous drugs in your possession. That's a Class 4 felony. Narcotic drugs, Class 4 felony. That you committed unlawful flight from law enforcement, and that's a Class 5 felony. And then you may have had drug paraphernalia. That's a Class 6 felony. So the state has now brought charges against you. This court is appointing an attorney to assist you. Your next hearing is going to be on March 31st, downtown Phoenix at 8:30 in the morning. And because of the date when this happened, you are on, you had been convicted but not yet sentenced. And so under Arizona Criminal Rule 7.2C, in another case, you're not eligible for bond at this time. So you are going to be held without bond. Your attorney's phone number is on the paperwork, and you can call them if you have questions, and you will see a judge or commissioner on March 31st as well. Please take your paperwork, sir. Jaziel Ellis, please come to the podium. Augustin Rodriguez, please have a seat by the door. Please say your name and your date of birth.
So, Giselle Ellis, January 1st, 1999.
Thank you, sir. You're here today on three matters. The first one is a new case. It's alleged you committed burglary, which is a Class 3 felony. Also, a different type of burglary, unlawful entry, which is a Class 4 felony. And then fraudulent use of a credit card, which is a misdemeanor. This court found probable cause and appointed an attorney to assist you. Your next hearing is downtown Phoenix on March 31st at 8:30 in the morning. And on this new case, you do have a $2,500 secured appearance bond with conditions on your release that are mostly your terms and probation conditions, but they also do include don't return to the scene of the alleged crime or any contact with the alleged victim, witnesses, or complainants. Your next matter here is a probation violation warrant. So anytime there's new criminal activity, there's a Term 1 violation alleged. And so an attorney has been appointed for you, and your next probation hearing is April 1st, 8:30 in the morning. There's a $250 bond on one of the cases, but on your other case, because of the type of probation that it is, under the Arizona Criminal Rules of Procedure 7.2C, you're not eligible for release. So you are going to be held without bond until you go to that probation hearing, and that is on April 1st. So don't pay the bonds on the other two until you see the probation judge on April 1st. Please take your paperwork, sir. Augustin Rodriguez, please come to the podium. And then Mealy Extramboza, have a seat by the door.
Hello.
Please say your name and date of birth.
Augustine Rodriguez, 5/18/90.
Thank you, sir. You're here today on an arrest warrant. So it's alleging that in September of last year, you may have had dangerous drugs in your possession. That's a Class 4 felony. Drug paraphernalia, that's a Class 6 felony. And that you gave a false report to law enforcement. That's alleged as a misdemeanor. So the state has now brought charges against you. An attorney has been appointed to assist you. And your next hearing is March 31st at 8:30 in the morning. I understand that you're currently in custody, sir. So even though this shows that there's a $750 bond, until you're eligible for release, otherwise don't pay that bond.
Okay.
Okay, so if you become eligible for release on your other matter, then you're able to bond out here as well. But otherwise, you know, you'll stay in custody, get credit, and be transported to your hearing.
Okay.
All right, please take your paperwork, sir. Melly Ekstrand Boza, please come to the podium. Elsa Murillo, have a seat by the door, please. Please say your name and date of birth.
Melee Ekstrand Boza, 6/21/2000.
Thank you, ma'am. You're here today on a new case. It was alleged you committed aggravated assault. That's a Class 4 felony. Conspiracy, which is a Class 4 felony. Another type of aggravated assault, which is a Class 6 felony. Disorderly conduct with a weapon, which is a Class 6 felony. And then disorderly conduct alleged as a misdemeanor. This court did find probable cause and appointed an attorney to assist you. Your next hearing is downtown Phoenix on March 31st at 8:30 in the morning. You are eligible for release, but it is under a secured appearance bond of $250,000. If you're able to post that bond, do not return to the scene of the alleged crime or have any contact with the alleged victim, witnesses, complainants, or any of the co-defendants in your case. You're not to possess weapons, possess or consume alcohol or drugs without a valid prescription. If an order against harassment is issued against you, be sure to comply with that order. It looks like you might also be on probation now since this event occurred. So if you are able to post that bond, make sure you contact your probation officer within 72 hours. Their number will be on your paperwork, and let them know about your upcoming hearing. If you are not able to post that bond, the no victim and no co-defendant contact order still stands. And you are cautioned that if you were to violate those, it might be considered aggravated harassment, which is an additional Class 6 felony. Please take your paperwork, ma'am. Elsa Murillo, please come to the podium. Arthur Montijo, have a seat by the door. Right here in the middle, ma'am. Please say your name and your date of birth.
Elsa Murillo, 11/14/1973.
Thank you, ma'am. So you have two cases here today, and we'll talk about the Arizona one first. So you have a new case here in Arizona alleging you had dangerous drugs in your possession. That's a Class 4 felony, and drug paraphernalia, which is a Class 6 felony. An attorney has been appointed to assist you in this new case. Your next hearing on your new case is March 31st at 8:30 in the morning downtown Phoenix. And I've set a $50 placeholder bond for you there to make sure that you get transported to your hearing because your other matter carries a significant bond. Okay. So your other matter here today is a fugitive of justice matter, and it is out of Colorado. So normally you get an option to make a choice at this point in a fugitive of justice matter where you can either ask for your civil extradition hearing, where you can hire an attorney at your own cost, and they will determine if a governor's warrant should be issued for you. And then the governors of Colorado and Arizona would both have up to 90 days to sign that warrant, or you can waive it. And if you waive it, you'd be held non-bondable for up to 30 days. But that 30 days doesn't start until any Arizona case is resolved. And since you now have new charges, I'm not able to offer you that waiver. So what I'm going to do is set an extradition hearing for you on April 6th at 1:30 in the afternoon. And I am going to affirm Colorado's bond. In the teletype, they noted that it was $6,500. They didn't say if it was cash or secured, so I'm setting it as secured. I can't appoint an attorney for you for that matter, but you can hire one or represent yourself. And since it's a civil matter, there's no other release conditions. If you're able to post that bond, the $6,500, and then if you post your new bond as well, make sure you go to both hearings, or they will issue warrants for your arrest.
I don't get it. So I have a $6,000 bond, and for Colorado.
Correct.
And then how much is the bond here?
It's actually $6,500 from Colorado,
okay.
And the one from here is $50. And it's just a placeholder to make sure you get transported if you don't post that Colorado bond.
So I have to pay $50 here?
For the Arizona one, yeah. But don't pay it unless you can pay all of it, $6,550.
Okay, so is that a case as a bondsman for the $6,000?
You can use a bondsman for both of them. But please make sure you go to those hearings if you do bond out, or they will issue more warrants for you.
I was planning on going to court, but I went to Pueblo. I was at the hospital, state hospital.
Okay, yeah.
But, okay.
So they're going to give you the paperwork. It will show the dates, times, and amounts on your two sets, Arizona and Colorado.
Okay, well, I have another question. Will I get an attorney for this case to fight?
Not the fugitive of justice one. Yes, your Arizona one, yes.
Okay.
But not your Colorado one. You have to hire your own.
And if I want to not go back,
well, you can talk to them about that at the hearing, where they're going to talk about the fugitive of justice case on April 1st.
Okay, because I know, like, they were going to dismiss my cases over there, too, but I came, because I was found incompetent. I don't know what that is.
And you can hire an attorney in Colorado as well to fight the case while you're still in Arizona. You can do that, too.
Okay. Well, my incompetency, would that help here? Or do I have to go back to Pueblo?
You can hire an attorney without going to Pueblo, just on the phone or through the internet. You don't have to actually go there.
Okay.
And you have an Arizona case pending now here in Arizona, so you need to get that resolved before you leave to go to Colorado.
I'm an addict. I don't know. I need rehab or something.
Okay. Well, hopefully they'll be able to offer you something. All right. Go ahead and have a seat over your paperwork in just a moment.
You need this back?
Just set it on right there. Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Arthur Montijo, please come to the podium. James Pellet, have a seat by the door. Please say your name and date of birth.
Arthur Montijo, 12-1204.
Thank you, sir. You're here today on a new justice court case alleging assault. So an attorney has been appointed for you at your next hearing at Santan Justice Court, and that will be March 30th, 8:30 in the morning. And you are eligible for release, but it is under a $5,000 bond with conditions. Your conditions include that you're not to have any contact with the alleged victim, witnesses, or complainants, no weapons, no drugs without a prescription. Make sure you go to that hearing or they will issue a warrant for your arrest.
All right.
If you're not able to post the bond, you'll be transported to the hearing out in Santan Justice Court. All right, please.
Is it 5,000 flat or is it 5%?
Secured, so you can deal with the bail bond company.
All right, thank you.
James Pellis, please come to the podium. Hannah Bosch, have a seat by the door, please. Please say your name and date of birth.
James Bayot, January 19th, 1979.
Thank you, sir. You're here today on a new case. It was alleged that you may have committed burglary, which is a Class 4 felony. Also that you had burglary tools in your possession, which is a Class 4 felony, and that you may have had theft or control of stolen property. That's a Class 6 felony. They also included the allegation of narcotic drugs in your possession, but this court did not find probable cause on that. And that's because they listed, just so you understand, they said that they did a test and they found methamphetamine, but under Arizona law, that's considered a dangerous drug. So they put the wrong thing on the form. So if they update their form or bring an additional charge, they would have evidence for the methamphetamine, just so you know what's there.
Okay.
So an attorney has been appointed to assist you, and your next hearing is March 31st, 8:30 in the morning. You are eligible for release under a secured bond of $2,500.
Thank you.
And then you have conditions. Don't return to the scene of the alleged crime. No contact with the alleged victim, witnesses, or complainants, or co-defendant who you were arrested with, the person you were arrested with.
We live together, man. We're not.
Your roommates or something.
Yeah, we're roommates. Yeah.
So while you are having this case pending, you shouldn't have contact with your co-defendants to talk about this case.
Okay.
So if that means you need to find a new place to live, or they do, that might be something you look into.
Understood.
All right, if you can't post your bond, you'll stay in custody and be transported to your hearing. But if you do post your bond, make sure you go to your hearing or they'll issue a warrant that is more.
Definitely. Thank you.
Okay, please take your paperwork. Hannah Bosch, please come to the podium. Lisbeth Molina Sandoval, have a seat by the door, please. Please say your name and date of birth.
Hannah Marie Bosch, 12/14/2000.
Thank you, ma'am. You're here today on 4 probation violation warrants. They all allege 3, 4, and 5 on the terms. So an attorney has been appointed for you on all of them. Your next hearing for all of them is April 1st at 8:30 in the morning, and each of them carried a $250 bond. So it's $1,000 total. If you're able to post your $1,000, it's secured. Make sure you follow your regular conditions of probation, call your probation officer, go to your hearing. If you cannot post your bond, you'll stay in custody and be transported out to your hearing. Please take your paperwork. Ms. Melina Sandoval, please come to the podium, and then Richard Lavelli, have a seat by the door. Please say your name and date of birth.
This is Melina, 093693.
Thank you, ma'am. You're here today on two matters. The first one is a new case. It is alleging that you had dangerous and narcotic drugs in your possession. Those are both Class 4 felonies. Drug paraphernalia, that's a Class 6 felony. And then that you gave a false report to the law enforcement, which is a misdemeanor. This court did find probable cause and appointed an attorney for you. Your next hearing is downtown Phoenix on March 31st, 8:30 in the morning. On this one, there's a placeholder bond of $50 because you do have a higher bond on your probation violation warrant. So your probation violation warrant is alleging that you violated terms 3 and 5. And an attorney has also been appointed to assist you. Your next hearing is April 1st, 8:30 in the morning, and your bond is set at $750. So altogether, that's $800 secured appearance bond. If you're able to post your bond, do your normal terms of probation, call your probation officer, tell them about the 2 hearings. Go to your 2 hearings. If you're not able to post your bond, you'll stay in custody and you'll be transported to your next hearing. Okay, please take your paperwork, ma'am. Richard Lavelli, please come to the podium. And after that will be Bobby Stevenson. Please say your name and date of birth.
Richard Lavallee, 1984.
Thank you, sir. You're here today because there is a bench warrant when you failed to go to your status conference on July 21st of 2023. So an attorney is already part of your case. One has been appointed for you back then. And now you have a hearing on March 31st at 8:30 in the morning. You're still eligible for release. It is a $500 bond and the same release conditions you had before. So make sure you review those and go to your hearing. If you're not able to post your bond, you'll be transported to your hearing.
Okay.
Please take your paperwork, sir.
Stevenson?
Correct. Stevenson would be next, and then Pacheco and Garza. Hello, sir. Come on in. Good morning.
Morning.
I don't know if you could hear everything outside, but you do have the right to remain silent. Anything you say or do may be held against you. This is a criminal matter, and it is being recorded as well as broadcast live. The only thing I'll ask you for today is your name and your date of birth.
Vincent Garza, 62872.
Okay, all right, that's fine. So you're here today on a grand jury warrant. It was alleged that you may have committed 2 counts of molesting a child, which is a Class 2 felony. An attorney has been appointed to assist you. Your next hearing is April 1st at 8:30 in the morning, downtown Phoenix. The grand jury set the bond, and it is a secured appearance bond of $250,000, and you would have electronic monitoring and house arrest if you were able to post that. You're not to have any contact with minors or use the internet except for work and pending legal cases. Please review your release conditions carefully if you're able to post your bond. If you're not able to post the bond, you'll stay in custody and be transported to your next hearing. Okay, go ahead and have a seat. Thank you, sir. And then Mr. Stevenson, please come to the podium. After that will be Carlos Pacheco. Right here in the center, sir. I'm sorry about that, officer. I just took them out of order.
No, you're all good.
Okay. Please say your name and date of birth.
Bobby Stevenson, March 31st, 1966.
Thank you, sir. You're here today on a grand jury warrant. So it is alleged that you failed to register as a sex offender last September. Grand jury found probable cause, so this court is appointing an attorney to assist you. Your next hearing is downtown Phoenix on April 1st at 8:30 in the morning, and the grand jury set the bond at $2,500. If you're able to post that bond, make sure you follow your normal terms, including registering as a sex offender if required by law. If you're not able to post the bond, you'll stay in custody and be transported to your next hearing. If you have questions or concerns about the merits of your case, call your attorney. Their phone number is on your paperwork, or you can bring it up at your not guilty arraignment in April, okay? Please take your paperwork, sir.
So when do I get to post the bond?
In a few hours here, if you have the money, yeah. Carlos Pacheco, please come to the podium. Please say your name and your date of birth.
Carlos Pacheco, and 02/13/2006.
Thank you, sir. You're here today on a new case. It was alleged that you may have committed involving a minor in a drug offense, that's a Class 2 felony, luring a minor for sexual exploitation, that's a Class 3 felony, and then unlawfully misrepresenting your age, it's a Class 3 felony. So based on the law enforcement report, this court did find probable cause and appointed an attorney to assist you. Your next hearing will be downtown Phoenix on March 31st, and that's at 8:30 in the morning. You are eligible for release, but it is a cash-only appearance bond of $250,000. If you're able to post that bond, you're not to have any contact with minors at all. You're not to use the internet except for work, school, or your pending legal case. And then you have a few other release conditions. Make sure you review them so that you don't accidentally violate them. If you're not able to post your bond, you'll stay in custody and you'll be transported to your next hearing. The prohibitions on contact with minors and internet apply whether you are in custody or out of custody. All right, please take your paperwork, sir. That was our last matter for the 5 a.m. initial appearance hearing calendar. So at this time we are in recess until 8 a.m. Okay.
keep the court desk here, just in case he changes anything, it'll be easier for you to maneuver. I can just put it in. Okay, at the end, you can come get it. Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Good morning.
Morning, how are you?
Good, how are you?
Good, thanks. Full calendar.
Yes, it is.
All right.
Thank you. Please be seated. This is the 8 a.m. calendar on March 25th, 2026. Orders are given on the first of the month regarding the taking of DNA and fingerprints. Those orders remain in effect today. What that means for you in the courtroom is this.
Esta es la lista de casos de las 8 de la mañana, el 25 de marzo 2026. La orden emitida el primer día del mes para la toma de huellas digitales y muestras de ADN aplicará para esta lista de casos. Lo que esto significa para ustedes es.
What that means for you in the courtroom is this. Not every single one of you has to give your DNA or your fingerprints. If you have to do that, those orders will be on your paperwork.
No cada uno tiene que dar sus huellas digitales. Si es así, esas órdenes figurarán en su hoja de papel.
My name is Commissioner Beck. I'm here to do a few things for you. Number one, I'm here to let you know why you're here.
Soy el comisionado Beck. Estoy aquí para hacer algunas cosas para usted. Primero, les avisaré por qué están aquí.
Number two, if you might be released. Number three, if you're going to be assigned an attorney.
Número 2, les diré si calificarán para la libertad provisional. Número 3, les diré si califican para un abogado.
The vast majority of you will be assigned an attorney, which leads to my number one rule. Please don't talk about the facts of your case. Anything you say or do can be used against you, and everything in the courtroom is video recorded.
La mayoría de ustedes calificarán para un abogado, y esto me lleva a mi meta principal aquí. No hablen acerca de su caso. Cualquier cosa que digan aquí acerca de su caso puede usarse en su contra. Todo lo que dicen durante esta diligencia es grabado por video y audio.
So please don't talk about the facts of your case unless it's with your attorney.
Por favor, no hablen acerca de los hechos de su caso a menos que sea con su abogado.
Second, I'm sure you're going to have a lot of questions for me. Unfortunately, I'm not your legal counsel, so I can't answer legal questions for you.
Luego, estoy seguro que tendrán bastantes preguntas para mí. Desafortunadamente no soy su abogado y yo no puedo contestar preguntas de índole legal para ustedes.
So please save those types of questions for your attorney.
Por favor, guarden ese tipo de pregunta para sus abogados.
Finally, you're going to be hearing about lots of different dates and different types of release conditions. You don't have to memorize all of that. All of that information will be on your paperwork.
Finalmente, se les comunicará bastante información acerca de fechas de comparecencia y condiciones de libertad provisional. No tienen que memorizar todo eso, figurará por escrito en la hoja que se le dé al final.
That's why it's important to keep your paperwork and save it. Don't lose it. If you end up missing a court date or you don't follow a written court order, you could end up back here.
Por eso es importante que no pierdan la hoja, que la guarden, porque si no se presentan a las fechas futuras de comparecencia o si no cumplen las medidas cautelares de su libertad provisional, podrían terminar de nuevo aquí.
When it comes to those release conditions, when I see you in court, I'm only going to tell you about some of them, not all of them. Please refer to your paperwork for a list of all release conditions.
Respecto de las medidas cautelares, cuando pasen ante mí, les diré cuáles son algunas de ellas. No les diré todas. Es importante que lean la hoja que se les dé para que puedan cumplir con estas.
Here's how the morning is going to work. I'm going to call two names. The first name I call is going to come in the courtroom and stand in front of me at the podium. The second name I call will sit on the chair next to the door, and then we'll cycle through until the calendar is finished.
Así es como funcionará la lista de casos esta mañana. Van a escuchar que llamaré dos nombres. El primero entrará a la sala y tomará su lugar detrás del atril. La segunda persona pasará a tomar asiento en la silla que está dentro de la sala. Y así pasará sucesivamente hasta que hayamos terminado la lista de casos.
Mr. Interpreter, you do not need to interpret the following. I'm now going to read the victim's rights advisement. If you're the victim of a crime with a case pending before this court, you're advised that you have rights under Arizona law that, among others, include the right to be treated with fairness, respect, and dignity, to a speedy trial, to be present in court proceedings, to choose whether or not to be interviewed by the defendant or the defendant's attorney, to be heard before the court makes the decision on release, negotiation of a plea, scheduling, and sentencing, and to receive restitution from a person who's convicted of causing you loss. If you have not already been provided a written statement of all victims' rights, please contact the Victim Services Division of the Prosecutor's Office. Can I please get Joaquin Sanchez Abonce to the podium? Willie Lopez Ibarra to the chair, please.
Joaquín Ponce Abonte pase a la sala y el señor Guevara pase a la silla en la sala.
Can I please have your full name and date of birth?
Joaquín Abonce Sánchez, marzo 13-71.
¿De qué año?
71.
71.
71.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Interpreter. I did not hear his name or his date of birth.
Joaquín Abonce Sánchez, fecha de nacimiento es marzo 13-71.
Joaquín Abonce Sánchez, date of birth, March 13th, 1971.
Thank you. You are here on a Justice Court warrant and a Superior Court arrest warrant. Let me talk to you about your felony warrant first. Probable cause was previously found for 2 counts of aggravated DUI, Class 6 felonies. These were alleged to have occurred back on May 12th of 2018. I'm assigning you an attorney. Your next court dates are March 31st and April 2nd in the Downtown Superior Court. I'm affirming the bond set by your trial judge. It's a $1,000 secured appearance bond. You also have a Justice Court warrant. I'm assigning you an attorney. Your next court date is March 30th at the East Mesa Justice Court. I'm affirming the bond set by the judge out there. That's an additional $500 secured appearance bond. If you're able to bond out on both of your matters, you're going to be placed on supervised release. You're going to be alcohol tested and monitored. You're not to possess any weapons, drugs, or alcohol. You cannot drive a motor vehicle with anyone under the age of 18 in that vehicle, and you may not operate any type of motor vehicle. Do you have any questions for me?
No sé por qué me prohibieron eso si yo fui a la escuela por supuestamente DUI de que me están poniendo en mesa, pero yo fui a motores de vehículos y porque yo fui a corte y
I'm not
corte
sure
me,
why they are restricting me that way because I went to school for that DUI in Mesa, and also I went to court.
lo que pasó es que me desmayé por la diabetes. Se me subió a 600 y me desmayé y el policía pensó que andaba borracho y me puso eso. Pero yo tengo los papeles médicos.
What happened is that I fainted because I'm diabetic. My sugar had gone all the way to 600 and I fainted, but the police officer charged me for that. That's what he wrote down. But I have all of the medical documentation.
Sir, so please don't talk about the facts of your case. This is something you need to discuss with your defense attorney. For the East Mesa Justice Court case, this is for a new DUI case. This occurred back in December of 2024. If you need to fight that case, again, refer to your defense attorney. But you still have these restrictions that I am placing upon you for the offenses that you have allegedly committed in 2024 and 2018. Do you have any questions for me?
No, pues seguir con el caso, todo, que se asigne al abogado.
No, I guess I'll just follow the case and talk to the attorney.
Thank you. Please go to your left for your paperwork. Willie Lopez Ibarra. Lyndon Iron Teeth Munoz to the chair, please. Can I get your full name and date of birth, please?
Willy López Ibarra, 24 de marzo 1995.
March 24th, 1995, Willie Lopez Ibarra.
Thank you. You are here on a new case in the Superior Court. You've been arrested for organized retail theft, a Class 4 felony, shoplifting, a Class 1 misdemeanor. I found probable cause, and I'm assigning you an attorney. Your next court dates are April 9 and April 13 in the downtown Superior Court. Upon your promise to appear, I'll be releasing you today. There are some conditions to your release. You will be on supervised release. You're going to have an electronic ankle monitor. You will be on house arrest. You are not to return to the scenes of the crime. No contact with any victims or witnesses. You're not to possess any weapons, drugs, or alcohol. You may not enter any Home Depot stores or their premises. Do you understand all of these conditions?
Sí.
Yes.
Do you promise to follow all these conditions?
Sí, lo prometo.
Yes, I promise.
Do you promise to appear on April 9 and April 13 in the downtown Superior Court?
Yes.
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 You have to answer in Spanish.
Okay. Sí, lo prometo.
Yes, I promise.
Do you understand that if you don't show up, they'll issue a warrant for your arrest?
Sí, lo entiendo.
Yes, I understand that.
Do you have any weapons you need to give up?
No.
No.
Upon your promise to appear, I'm going to release you to the supervision of pretrial services. Sir, it's your responsibility to call pretrial services once you're out of custody. You have to call them today during normal business hours. If you fail to call pretrial services, you could end up back here. Do you understand that?
Lo entiendo.
I understand.
Do you have any questions for me?
¿El arresto domiciliario puedo ir a trabajar y volver o solamente tengo que estar en casa?
So house arrest, does that mean can I go to work and come back, or do I just have to stay at home?
Sir, according to your financial interview, you do not have a job. If you do get a job, then you have to let your pretrial services officer know, and you have to get permission to leave your home. But my understanding from the police and from your pretrial services interview is that you do not have a job. And so if you do not have a job, you must stay home. That's what the electronic ankle monitor is for.
Yeah.
Do you have any other questions?
Estoy buscando trabajo. De hecho, estaba ayer en una entrevista, por eso es la pregunta. Si
No,
me lo
I just
llegaran a
asked
dar,
that question
poder ir a
because
trabajar y volver.
I just asked that question because I was at a job interview yesterday, and if I get that job, I just wanted to know if I'd be able to go and come back.
Sir, if you get that job, then you have to let your pretrial services officer know that you got the job, when the start date is, and what your hours will be. Again, you will need permission to leave your home.
Okay.
Okay.
Please go to your left for your paperwork.
Thank you.
Mr. Interpreter, could you please again announcement to the gallery to see if anyone else needs your help?
Yes, sir. Buenos días, soy el intérprete del comisionado. ¿Hay alguien más en la sala que necesita intérprete de español? Levante la mano, por favor.
No hands, Your Honor.
See no hands, and I'm sorry, Mr. Interpreter, I don't believe I had you announce.
Martin Hernandez, Judge.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for your help this morning.
You're welcome.
Lyndon Iron Teeth Munoz to the podium. Alan Avila to the chair, please. Could I please get appearances starting with the state?
Good morning, Your Honor. Don Sauer on behalf of the state.
Sir, could I please get your full name and date of birth?
Lyndon Robert Iron Teeth Munoz Jr., 03-1004.
Thank you. You're here today on a Superior Court new case. You've been arrested for aggravated assault, a Class 3 felony, discharging firearm in city limits, a Class 6 felony. I found probable cause, and I'm assigning you an attorney. Your next court dates are March 31st and April 2nd in the downtown Superior Court. Ms. Sauer, would you like to make your record regarding release?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. The state's position is that the defendant is a danger to the community and to the victim, obviously, based on the events that occurred. The defendant fired multiple shots. The witnesses heard multiple shots. 3 casings were found. This is after a verbal altercation was heard just prior to the shot. There's a previous incident where the defendant was found in possession of a firearm at some party where there were shots fired. Here, the victim was shot in the chest. He's on life support. Law enforcement advised the state last night that he is not expected to survive. Multiple organs were struck, as indicated in the Form 4. The state also believes the defendant is a flight risk. He told the victim's sister, who was there at the scene, that he had to go and he fled on foot. Law enforcement also advised the state last night that he told witnesses that he was trying to get out of the state. And when he was apprehended, he was loading items into a vehicle when police went and arrested him. The state believes that, based on the danger to the community and him being a flight risk, that a $1 million cash-only bond would be appropriate. Thank you.
Can I reprint, please? Sir, did you hear what the prosecutor had to say?
Yeah.
Without talking about the facts of your case, do you have a response to what she said? And would you like to let me know what you believe your release condition should be?
Yeah, I think, can I say anything regarding it, or?
I wouldn't talk about the facts of your case, because like I said, everything you say or do can be used against you. Everything in the courtroom is video recorded.
Yeah, all I would say is I got assaulted, and so it was self-defense. I let off a warning shot, and he...
Sir, don't talk about the facts of your case.
Art.
What do you believe your release condition should be, sir?
House arrest.
Okay. Anything else?
for long-term probation.
After hearing from counsel for the state and from the defendant himself and reviewing the record before me, I do see that the defendant has no prior felony convictions or any other substantial criminal history. I do note for the record the strength of the evidence in this case, the harm to the victim, the fact that the defendant does pose a flight risk. For those reasons, at this time, I'm going to set a $750,000 cash bond. If you're able to bond out, you'll be placed on supervised release with an electronic ankle monitor. Furthermore, if you bond out, you're not to return to the scene of the crime, no contact with any victim or witness. You're not to possess any weapons, drugs, or alcohol. Sir, I also need to let you know that in hearing from the counsel for the state, if things change and if the victim should be deceased, I would expect new charges to be filed, and so I would expect it to be brought back here at a separate date. Should the victim pass away, it's most likely that this bond, it will go away, but you'll have a higher bond put in place of it. But for all these reasons that are stated for the record, again, I'm setting a $750,000 cash bond. Counselor of the state, anything further?
No, Your Honor.
Sir, do you have any questions for me?
No.
All right, if you want to wait right there, there's new paperwork for you.
Right here.
All right, go ahead and step to your left, sir. And counsel, would you like to be excused?
Yes, please.
Sure.
Thank you.
Alan Avila to the podium. Orion Warren to the chair, please. Name and date of birth, please.
Alan Alejandro Avila Contreras, 9/17 of 80.
Thank you. You're here today on the Superior Court new case. You've been arrested for 9 counts of burglary in the 3rd degree, Class 4 felony, 1 count of possession of a prohibited weapon, Class 4 felony. I found probable cause and I'm assigning you an attorney. Your next court dates are March 31st and April 2nd in the downtown Superior Court, setting a secured appearance bond of $25,000. If you're able to bond out, you'll be placed on supervised release with an electronic ankle monitor. Furthermore, if you bond out, you're not to return to the scenes of the crime, no contact with any victims or witnesses, no contact with your co-defendant, and you're not to possess any weapons, drugs, or alcohol. Do you have any questions for me, sir?
No, sir.
All right, thank you. Please step to your left for your paperwork. Orion Warren to the podium. Gary Cisneros to the chair, please. Name and date of birth, please.
Orion Warren, July 16, 2000.
Thank you. You're here today on the Superior Court new case. You've been arrested for 2 counts of reckless child abuse, Class 2 felonies, 2 counts of child abuse, Class 4 felonies, 2 counts of endangerment, Class 6 felonies, 2 counts of endangering the life or health of a minor, Class 1 misdemeanors, 1 count of disobeying the order of a court, Class 1 misdemeanor. At this time, I'm not finding probable cause as to 1 count of reckless child abuse, Class 2 felony. I am finding probable cause as to the remaining charges. I'm assigning you an attorney. Your next court dates are March 31st and April 2nd in the downtown Superior Court, setting a secured appearance bond of $25,000. If you're able to bond out, you'll be placed on supervised release with an electronic ankle monitor. Furthermore, if you bond out, you're not to return to the scene of the crime, no contact with any victim or witness, no contact with any minors whatsoever. You're not to possess any weapons, drugs, or alcohol. You must obey any orders of protection that are put out against you. And you cannot live with any of the alleged victims, even if you're the owner or renter of the property. And you may have no contact with the victims whatsoever, including electronically or through third parties, even if they contact you first. You're warned that a violation of a no victim contact order can lead to a Class 6 felony. Do you have any questions for me, sir?
Yes. I'm actually dealing with this in another court already with CPS. And I'm kind of confused why I'm here if I haven't gone to court for that already.
So that's for totally separate civil matters. CPS is civil, this is criminal. So that's why you have this separate thing going on, separate from your CPS stuff that's going on, sir.
Okay.
Any other questions?
Yeah. What happens if I wasn't given my Miranda rights?
Sir, that's something you had to ask your attorney.
Okay.
All right, sir. If you want to please step to your left for your paperwork. Gary Cisneros to the podium. Ashley Simpson to the chair, please. Name and date of birth, please.
Gary Edward Cisneros Jr., 51490.
Thank you. You're here today on the Superior Court new case. You've been arrested for possession of a weapon by a prohibited person, Class 4 felony, failure to admit to carrying a deadly weapon, Class 1 misdemeanor, exceeding the speed limit by more than 20 miles per hour, Class 3 misdemeanor. I found probable cause and I'm assigning you an attorney. Your next court dates are March 31st and April 2nd in the downtown Superior Court, setting a secured appearance bond of $10,000. If you're able to bond out, you'll be placed on supervised release, and you're not to possess any weapons, drugs, or alcohol. Do you have any questions for me, sir?
If I am bonding out, do I bond out here, or do I have to go downtown to bond out?
So someone will have to bond you out. You don't have access to your property right now.
I understand that, but I have access to a phone though, so.
Gotcha. So whoever bonds you out, they gotta go to 4th Avenue Jail.
Okay, perfect.
Any other questions, sir?
No, sir.
All right, thank you. Please step to your left for your paperwork. Ashley Simpson to the podium. Richard Grigsby to the chair, please. Name and date of birth, please.
Ashley Simpson, December 30th of 1994.
Thank you. You're here today on a failure to appear warrant. I'm not assigning you a new attorney. You're going to go back to your original attorney. Your next court date is April 1st in the downtown Superior Court. Let's see, 1 second here. I am setting a cash bond of $5,000. If you're able to bond out, you'll be placed on supervised release, and you're not to possess any weapons, drugs, or alcohol. Do you have any questions for me? All right, thank you. Please step to your left for your paperwork. Richard Grigsby to the podium. Juan Vega Lopez to the chair, please. Name and date of birth, please.
Richard Grigsby, 12886.
Thank you. You're here today on 3 failure to appear warrants. I'm not assigning you a new attorney. You're going to go back to your original attorney. Your next court dates are March 31st, April 1st, and April 2nd in the downtown Superior Court. I am setting secured appearance bonds of $1,000 on the first one, $1,000 on the second. So you have 3 $1,000 secured appearance bonds. If you're able to post bond on all 3 matters, you're going to be placed on supervised release with alcohol and drug testing and monitoring. Furthermore, if you bond out, you're not to possess any weapons, drugs, or alcohol, and you cannot operate any type of motor vehicle. And you must contact your PO within 3 days. Do you have any questions for me, sir? All right, thank you. Please step to your left for your paperwork. Juan Vega Lopez to the podium. Patrick Brandon to the chair, please. Name and date of birth, please.
Juan Vega Lopez, 10-595.
Thank you. You're here today on a failure to appear warrant. I'm not assigning you a new attorney. You're going to go back to your original attorney. Your next court dates are March 31st and April 2nd at the downtown Superior Court. I'm affirming the bond set by your original judge. It's a $2,500 secured appearance bond. If you're able to bond out, you'll be on supervised release. You're not to return to the scene of the crime, and you're not to possess any weapons, drugs, or alcohol. Do you have any questions for me, sir? All right, thank you. Please step to your left for your paperwork. Patrick Brandon to the podium. Skylar Davis to the chair, please.
Morning.
Morning. Name and date of birth, please.
Patrick Wayne Brandon, 10/27/1995.
Thank you. You're here today on a Superior Court arrest warrant. Probable cause was previously found for possession, for criminal trespass, a Class 6 felony, and aggravated harassment, a Class 6 felony. These were alleged to have occurred between December 26th of 2025 and January 4th of 2026. I'm assigning you an attorney. Your next court dates are March 31st and April 2nd in the Downtown Superior Court. I'm affirming the bond set by your trial judge. It's a $1,800 secured appearance bond. If you're able to bond out, you'll be placed on supervised release with an electronic ankle monitor. Furthermore, if you bond out, you're not to return to the scene of the crime, no contact with any victim or witness. You're not to possess any weapons, drugs, or alcohol. You must obey the order of protection that's out against you, and you may have no contact with the victim whatsoever, including electronically or through third parties, even if they contact you first. You're warned that a violation of a no victim contact order can lead to further Class 6 felonies. Do you have any questions for me?
No, sir.
All right, thank you. Please step to your left for your paperwork. Skylar Davis to the podium. Kaylee Fiat to the chair, please. Name and date of birth, please.
Skylar J. Davis, 11/20/88.
Thank you. You're here today on 2 probation violation warrants. I'm assigning you an attorney. Your next court date is April 1st in the Downtown Superior Court. Setting secured appearance bonds of $500 on both your cases, a total $1,000 secured appearance. If you're able to bond out on both matters, you're not to possess any weapons, drugs, or alcohol. Most important thing, if you bond out, you got to contact your PO within 3 days. Do you have any questions for me?
I was just wondering if I could get possibly released on house arrest because I just got a new job. And I'm trying to keep that job. It's really hard for me to get a job. I've been struggling with homelessness and stuff like that, and I just got a really good job, and I'm not trying to lose it.
Sir, I hear you and I understand, but this warrant wasn't put out by me. It was put out by your probation violation judge, and it's been out since, it's not that long. It's been out since the March 4th of this year. So unfortunately, I'm going to affirm the bond at this time. You're going to see the judge in about a week. Go ahead and talk to him. See what your release conditions are going to be after you see him.
All right.
And then hopefully you can get to your job after
yes,
that.
Sir.
All right. Thank you, sir. Please step to your left for your paperwork. Kaylee Fiat to the podium. Atavian Cobb to the chair, please. Hi, could you please lower your mask for this? Thank you. Name and date of birth, please.
Kaylee Feet, 5/14/92.
Thank you. I apologize for mispronouncing your last name.
That's okay.
You're here today on a Superior Court arrest warrant and a probation violation warrant. Let me talk to you about your new felony case. Probable cause was previously found for possession of dangerous drugs, a Class 4 felony, and possession of drug paraphernalia, Class 6 felony. These were alleged to have occurred back on November 13 of 2025. I'm assigning you an attorney. Your next court dates are March 31st and April 2nd in the Downtown Superior Court, setting a placeholder bond of $50. You also have a probation violation warrant. I'm assigning counsel. Your next court date is April 1st in the Downtown Superior Court. Finding probable cause as to a new Term 1 violation. Setting a secured appearance bond of $500, so it's a total of $550 for both.
Okay.
If you're able to bond out on both matters, you're not to possess any weapons, drugs, or alcohol. Most important thing, if you bond out, you got to contact your PO within 3 days.
Okay.
Do you have any questions for me?
No.
All right, thank you. Please step to your left for your paperwork. Atavian Cobb to the podium. Stefan Howard to the chair, please. Name and date of birth, please.
Atavian Cobb, October 27, 2005.
Thank you. You're here today on a failure to appear warrant. I'm not assigning you a new attorney. You're going to go back to your original attorney. Your next court dates are March 31st and April 2nd in the Downtown Superior Court. I'm affirming the bond set by your original judge. It's a $500 secured appearance bond. If you're able to bond out, you're going to be placed on supervised release. You're not to return to the scene of the crime, no contact with any victim or witness, and you're not to possess any weapons, drugs, or alcohol. Do you have any questions for me?
So wait, when's the next court date?
Next court date is March 31st.
What's today?
6 days.
So I'll be out in like 6 days.
All right.
Any other questions, sir?
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Please step to your left for your paperwork. Stefan Howard to the podium. Kimara Blackman to the chair, please. Name and date of birth, please.
Stefan Howard, 12687.
Thank you. You're here today on a Superior Court new case and a probation violation warrant. Let me talk to you about your new case. You've been arrested for possession of narcotic drugs, a Class 4 felony, and possession of drug paraphernalia, Class 6 felony. I found probable cause, and I'm assigning you an attorney. Your next court dates are March 31st and April 2nd in the Downtown Superior Court, setting a placeholder bond of $50. You also have a probation violation warrant. I'm assigning counsel. Your next court date is April 1st in the Downtown Superior Court. You have a secured appearance bond of $250, so it's a total $300 secured appearance. If you're able to bond out on both matters, you're not to possess any weapons, drugs, or alcohol. You must continue to obey the order of protection out against you, and you have to contact your PO within 3 days. Okay. Any questions for me, sir?
No, thank you.
All right, thank you. Please step to your left for your paperwork. Kimara Blackman to the podium. Joel Huss to the chair, please. Name and date of birth, please.
Kaimara Shirts Blackman, October the 8th, 1974.
Thank you. I apologize for mispronouncing your first name. You're here today on a municipal court warrant. I'm assigning you an attorney. Your next court date is April 1st at the Buckeye City Court. I'm going to reduce your bond down to $100. If you're able to bond out, you're not to return to the scene of the crime, no contact with any victim or witness, and you're not to possess any weapons, drugs, or alcohol. Do you have any questions for me, ma'am?
Yes, I do. On the date that I was supposed to appear in the court, I was at the hospital and I told the judge by phone twice, and I wrote up 2 statements, and I emailed them to him and snail mailed it, another copy too. I was at CBI, Community Bridges, and I told him that already. I couldn't appear if I was in the hospital, right? On court order treatment.
So ma'am, this is not for a failure to appear warrant. This is an initial arrest warrant. This is for a criminal damage that was alleged to have occurred back on March 5th of 2026. And so this is, you're getting picked up for this for the very first time. It's not because you didn't show up to court before. Okay,
I'm confused. I'm totally confused. March 5th? Criminal damage of what?
I have no idea, ma'am. That's all the warrant says. That's all the information that I have. So these are questions for your defense attorney that I assigned for you. And you're going to see the judge on April 1st.
I'll be in here till April 1st?
Unless you can bond out, you'll be in jail until April 1st.
Okay, all right.
Any other questions, ma'am?
Bullshit, uh-huh.
If you want to please step to your left for your paperwork.
Yeah, it's bullshit. It's racism. They know it's racist. I was at my house, okay?
All right, Kamara, Katie.
Joel Huss to the podium. Paul Romero to the chair, please. Name and date of birth, please.
Joel Huss, 5/25/1980.
Thank you. You're here today on a justice court warrant. I'm assigning you an attorney. Your next court date is March 30th at the North Mesa Justice Court. I'm going to reduce your bond down to $100. If you're able to bond out, you're not to possess any weapons, drugs, or alcohol. Do you have any questions for me?
Does it show how much I owe? Like, is there a way I can pay the whole thing?
Yeah, I have no idea. So, I mean, you had a $500 bond. I reduced it down to $100, but I have no idea how much. I have no idea how much you owe.
It's in Mesa, you said?
It's the North Mesa Justice Court. The address is going to be on your paperwork.
And how long was my warrant out for?
Let's see, this warrant was issued on really recently, March 12th.
Oh, wow. So it's like last week?
Yeah. Any other questions, sir?
No, that's it.
All right, thank you. Please step to your left for your paperwork. Paul Romero to the podium. Cindy Yazzie to the chair, please.
Yeah, they will. You'll get to me in the next room and you'll have that.
Name and date of birth, please.
4/10/74.
Your name, please.
Paul Romero.
Thank you. You're here today on a probation violation warrant. I'm assigning you an attorney. Your next court date is April 1st in the Downtown Superior Court. I'm affirming the bond set by your probation violation judge. It's a $100 secured appearance bond. If you're able to bond out, you're not to possess any weapons, drugs, or alcohol. Most important thing, if you bond out, you got to contact your PO within 3 days. Do you have any questions for me, sir? All right, thank you. Please step to your left for your paperwork. Cindy Yazzie to the podium. Tina Noble to the chair, please. Name and date of birth, please.
Cindy Joanna Yazzie, 12/23/84.
Thank you. You're here today on a Superior Court new case. You've been arrested for aggravated DUI with a passenger under 15, Class 6 felony, endangerment, Class 6 felony, reckless driving, Class 1 misdemeanor, possession of an open container of liquor, Class 2 misdemeanor. I found probable cause and I'm assigning you an attorney. Your next court dates are April 9 and April 13 in the Downtown Superior Court. Upon your promise to appear, I'm going to release you today. There's going to be a lot of conditions to your release. You're going to be on supervised release. You're going to be alcohol and drug tested and monitored. You're to have no contact with any victim or witness. No contact with any minors. You're not to possess any weapons, drugs, or alcohol. You cannot drive a motor vehicle with anyone under the age of 18 in that vehicle. If there are any orders of protection that are put out against you, you have to follow those orders. You may have no physical contact with the victim whatsoever without a third party present. You're warned that a violation of a no victim contact order can lead to a Class 6 felony. Do you have any questions? Do you understand all these conditions?
Yes, I do.
Do you promise to follow all these conditions?
Yes.
Do you promise to appear on April 9th and April 13th in the Downtown Superior Court?
Yes.
Do you understand if you don't show up, they'll issue a warrant for your arrest?
Yes.
Do you have any weapons you need to give up?
No.
Who's going to take care of your child that you can no longer have contact with for this time period?
CPS has the kids right now. I'm not sure.
Okay. Upon your promise to appear, I'm going to release you to the supervision of pretrial services. Ma'am, it's your responsibility to call pretrial services during normal business hours today once you're out of custody. If you fail to call pretrial services, you could end up back here. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Do you have any questions for me?
No.
All right. Want to please step to your left for your paperwork. Tina Noble to the podium. Deborah Fiumifredo to the chair, please. Name and date of birth, please.
Tina Noble, 9/13/68.
Thank you. You're here today on a Superior Court new case. You've been arrested for possession of dangerous drugs, Class 4 felony, theft of a credit card, Class 5 felony, possession of drug paraphernalia, Class 6 felony. I found probable cause and I'm assigning you an attorney. Your next court dates are April 9 and April 13 in the Downtown Superior Court. Upon your promise to appear, I'm going to release you today. There's going to be a lot of conditions to your release. You're going to be on supervised release. You're going to have an electronic ankle monitor. You're going to be on house arrest.
Okay.
You're not to return to the scene of the crime, no contact with any victim or witness, and you're not to possess any weapons, drugs, or alcohol. Do you understand all these conditions?
I do.
Do you promise to follow all these conditions?
I do.
Do you promise to appear on April 9th and 13th in the Downtown Superior Court?
I do.
Do you understand if you don't show up, they'll issue a warrant for your arrest?
Yes.
Do you have any weapons you need to give up?
I'm sorry, what?
Do you have any weapons you need to give up?
I have no.
All right. Upon your promise to appear, I'm going to release you to the supervision of pretrial services. Ma'am, it's your responsibility to give them a call once you're out of custody.
Okay.
You have to call them today during normal business hours. If you fail to call them, you could end up back here. Do you understand that?
I understand.
Do you have any questions for me? All right, thank you. Please step to your left for your paperwork. Deborah Fiumifredo to the podium. Javier Turner to the chair, please. Name and date of birth, please.
Deborah Fiumifredo, 9/30/50.
Thank you. I apologize for mispronouncing your first name. You're
That's
here today
okay.
on a municipal court new case.
I can't hear you, too. I'm so sorry. I have a little hearing problem.
Okay.
Thank you.
Ma'am, can you hear me now?
Yeah,
Okay.
a little bit too loud.
You can turn it down. Ma'am, is that better?
A little bit higher, on this side.
We can't do it on one side, but,
It's only on this side.
okay.
Is that good? Okay, that's good.
Is that fine?
Yes.
All right. Ma'am, you're here on a municipal court new case. You've been arrested for assault, a Class 1 misdemeanor, and disorderly conduct, a Class 1 misdemeanor. I found probable cause. I'm not assigning you an attorney because for these types of charges, you don't get a free attorney, but you can hire your own attorney if you want one. Do you understand that, ma'am?
I do.
Your next court date is April 14 at the Peoria City Court. Upon your promise to appear, I'm going to release you today. There's going to be a fair number of conditions to your release.
Did you say April 14th?
That's right.
Okay.
So these are the conditions to your release. You cannot return to the scene of the crime. That means you can't go back home for the time being. No contact with any victim or witness. You're not to possess any weapons, drugs, or alcohol. If there are any orders of protection that are put out against you, you have to follow those orders. You cannot live with the alleged victim, even if you're the owner or renter of the property. You're allowed one civil standby with local law enforcement to return to collect any essential belongings, and you're warned that a violation of a no victim contact order can lead to a Class 6 felony. Ma'am, do you understand all these conditions?
Well, a little bit, but I'm kind of old and everything is foggy, so I'm going to, if you don't mind, just explain something to you. It was a misunderstanding.
Actually, ma'am, I'm going to stop you right there. It sounds like you're going to start talking about what happened.
No, I'm not going to talk about what happened. I'm just going to say it was a misunderstanding, and unfortunately, I feel bad. I got carried away. That's all.
All right.
I got very carried away. Not really, I wouldn't say terribly bad. It's just...
So, ma'am, I hear you. That's why you're being released today, but there are going to be conditions to that release, okay? Ma'am, do you know what a civil standby is?
No, I don't.
All right. So, ma'am, you cannot go back home. You can't live with the alleged victim in this case, at least until April 14th.
Okay, because we've been together for 43 years.
I understand, ma'am, but you cannot live with him at least until April 14th or until another judge lets you go back home. So here's what a civil standby is. Once you're out of custody, you have to call Peoria Police Department. You have to make an appointment with them. You call their non-emergency line, make an appointment with them to go back home, to go ahead and pack up a little bit of your stuff while you move out temporarily. You can only go back one time. So you go back one time with Peoria PD standing there while you get your stuff, and then you move out.
I don't understand that. For the house is my daughter's, and I'm the one who lives there.
I understand.
Not him.
You cannot live there. If he lives, because he and your daughter, there's a witness and a victim that live there, you cannot live there.
Yeah, but my daughter's the owner, and she's my daughter, and I don't know if she went against me. Did she go against me?
Ma'am, I have no idea.
I don't know either.
That's not the point. The point
I don't
is,
even know why I'm arrested.
So that's a question for your defense, or if you have an attorney.
I don't have an attorney.
So if you need to hire one, go ahead and hire one.
I don't have one. I don't really have the money to hire one.
So, ma'am, you were arrested for assault and disorderly conduct. Okay? So here's the thing. I've explained to you what a civil standby is. I've listed for you the conditions for you to be released. Ma'am, do you understand all these conditions?
I do.
Do you promise to follow all these conditions?
I'm going to try to follow everything that you're telling me.
Okay.
You know.
Do you promise to appear on April 14 at the Peoria City Court? Ma'am?
I don't know where it's at, but I'll find it.
The address is going to be on your paperwork.
Okay.
So do you promise to appear on April 14th at the Peoria City Court?
Of course, yeah.
Do you understand if you don't show up, they'll issue a warrant for your arrest?
Yes.
Do you have someplace else to go?
Well, the only other place I can go is where my daughter does live, and she works there. So it's kind of interrupting her lifestyle because she works over there.
I understand, but as long as you have someplace else, I'm asking you though, do you have someplace else to go since you can't live at home?
That's the only other place I have. I don't have anything.
Okay. Do you have any weapons you need to give up?
I don't ever carry a weapon.
Okay.
I don't smoke. I don't drink. I don't do drugs.
All right, ma'am. Upon your promise to appear, I'm going to release you on your own cognizance.
Okay.
Do you have any other questions for me?
No.
All right. Please make sure to follow these directives, and please make sure to show up to court. Okay, ma'am?
Okay.
All right.
So now, just one question. You said that after I get out of here, I have to go to the Peoria Police and get somebody to come with me to go to the house I can pick up.
You don't have to go there. You can go ahead and give them a call. You have to make an appointment with them because they have to have an officer available. So go ahead and give them a call, make that appointment for civil standby. All this language is gonna be on your paperwork.
Okay.
Ask for civil standby, make an appointment with them. That's when you can go back to your place to pack up a suitcase and move out temporarily.
Okay,
All right, ma'am. Why don't please step to your left for your paperwork.
thank you.
JV Turner to the podium. Robert Welsh to the chair, please.
How you doing, Your Honor?
Hi, name and date of birth, please.
Javier Marquis Turner, 12/20/1997.
Thank you. You're here today on a Superior Court new case. You've been arrested for trafficking in stolen property, Class 2 felony, theft, a Class 5 felony. I found probable cause, and I'm assigning you an attorney. Your next court dates are April 9th and April 13th in the Downtown Superior Court.
Yes, Your Honor.
Upon your promise to appear, I'm going to release you today. There's some conditions to your release.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're not to return to the scene of the crime, no contact with any victim or witness, and you're not to possess any weapons, drugs, or alcohol.
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you understand all these conditions?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you promise to follow all these conditions?
I promise, Your Honor.
Do you promise to appear on April 9th and April 13th in the Downtown Superior Court?
Yes, sir, I promise, Your Honor.
Do you understand if you don't show up, they'll issue a warrant for your arrest?
Yes, Your Honor.
Upon your promise to appear, I'm going to release you on your own recognizance. Do you have any questions for me?
Thank you, Your Honor. I love you.
Please step to your left for your paperwork.
Thank you.
Robert Welsh to the podium. Hadia Oliver to the chair, please. Name and date of birth, please.
Robert Edward Welsh, 9/19/77.
Thank you. You're here today on a Superior Court new case. You've been arrested for possession of narcotic drugs, Class 4 felony, possession of drug paraphernalia, Class 6 felony. I found probable cause, and I'm assigning you an attorney. Your next court dates are April 9 and April 13 in the Downtown Superior Court. Upon your promise to appear, I'm going to release you today. There's going to be some conditions to your release. You're going to be on supervised release. You're not to return to the scene of the crime. You're not to possess any weapons, drugs, or alcohol. Do you understand all these conditions?
Yes, sir.
Do you promise to follow all these conditions?
Yes, sir.
Do you promise to appear on April 9 and 13 in the Downtown Superior Court?
Yes, sir.
Do you understand if you don't show up, they'll issue a warrant for your arrest?
Yes, sir.
Upon a promise to appear, I'm going to release you to the supervision and pretrial services. Sir, it's your responsibility to call pretrial services once you're out. You have to call them today during normal business hours. If you fail to call pretrial services, you could end up back here. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
Do you have any questions for me?
No, sir.
All right. Please step to your left for your paperwork. Hadia Oliver to the podium, please. Name and date of birth, please.
Hadia Oliver, September 28, 1996.
Thank you. You're here today on a Superior Court new case. You've been arrested for aggravated assault and Class 6 felony. I found probable cause, and I'm assigning you an attorney. Your next court dates are April 9 and 13 in the Downtown Superior Court. Upon your promise to appear, I'm going to release you today. There's going to be some conditions to your release. You're going to be on supervised release. You're not to return to the scene of the crime. No contact with any victim or witness. You're not to possess any weapons, drugs, or alcohol. And you may not enter any Valley Metro vehicles or properties or their premises. Ma'am, I saw something from your pretrial services interviewer. Do you have a case manager?
A case manager, like through like mental health court or something?
Yes.
Yeah, Taros.
You do?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. You also have to contact your case manager within 24 hours of release. You must take all medications that have been prescribed to you by a doctor.
So I can't use the bus?
Not at this time.
How am I supposed to get home right now?
So you're going to have to use Waymo or Uber or ask someone for a ride, something like that.
They said they give cabs?
I'm sorry?
They say they give cabs?
Who?
Somebody said you guys give cabs.
No, not anymore. They used to, not anymore. You're going to have to call someone for a ride, though. So, ma'am, do you understand all these conditions?
Yeah.
Do you promise to follow all these conditions?
Yeah.
Do you promise to appear on April 9 and 13 in the Downtown Superior Court? Need to hear yes or no.
Yes.
And do you understand if you don't show up, they'll issue a warrant for your arrest? I need to hear yes or no.
Yes, sir.
All right. Upon your promise to appear, I'm going to release you to the supervision of pretrial services. Ma'am, it's your responsibility to give them a call once you're out of custody. You have to call pretrial services today during normal business hours. If you fail to call pretrial services, you couldn't end up back here. Do you understand that? Is that a yes?
Yes, sir.
All right. Do you have any questions for me?
Okay, pre-trial services, I have to call them today. I don't even have a phone charger. I can't even use my phone right now.
So you can use...
Also, they said that my backpack is in another part of the city, and I can't use the bus. How am I supposed to get my backpack?
So I'm not sure where your backpack is. I assumed it would be in property. If it's not in property...
They said it's in impound.
Is it impound?
Yeah.
All right, so that's with the... Did this happen in Tempe or Mesa?
Tempe.
In Tempe, so Tempe Police Department probably has it, so you're gonna have to get back there to get your stuff.
I don't have a way to get there. You just said I can't use the bus, and I don't have anybody to drive me there.
Yes. So, ma'am, I don't know, not sure how to answer that question for you. You're gonna have to find a way because this happened in Valley Metro.
How am I supposed to get there? You said I can't use the bus. I don't have any family members. I can't get there. They have my backpack with my phone in it.
Yeah, you can call an Uber or
I don't
Lyft.
have any money. I'm homeless. I got in a fight on the bus.
Ma'am, how'd you get on the bus without any money?
I have a bus pass that they give me to Teros. That's it.
Is that
I have
it?
a 30-day. Okay, thank you. None of that makes any sense. Okay.
Are there other options?
We have taxis outside.
Are there? I mean,
I'm not
that...
sure what their prices are, or what they do, or if they're willing to help people. I do know that we have there's some taxi drivers outside that way for the people that are released.
All right, one second here. Actually, I'm sorry, I'm gonna change it in another reprint. Ma'am, I've added an exception to the no Valley Metro vehicles. The sole exception is for Valley Metro bus rides from, got a typo, from here away from here, so you can take the bus from here back to get your property and back to Tempe and
Okay.
to and from Teros.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Do you have any other questions for me? All right, if you want to wait there for your paperwork, please.
All right.
While we're waiting for the printing and before the last matter, I have one individual I have to visit back to their cell. They pose a risk of harm to themselves or others. Brendan Ariano, date of birth 8/29/2002, here on a Justice Court warrant. I'm signing an attorney. His next court date's March 30th in the University of Lakes Justice Court, affirming the bond of $100. If he's able to bond out, he's not to possess any weapons, drugs, or alcohol. After visiting with him back at the cell, if I'm to make any changes to his release conditions, I'll come back on the record to make those changes. And could we please clear the courtroom?
Yeah, sure.
Thank you.
Courtroom is clear, Your Honor.
Thank you. James Metz to the podium.
I'm just behind that red podium.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Name and date of birth, please.
James Metz, 9562.
Thank you. You're here today on the Superior Court grand jury warrant. The grand jury has found probable cause to hold you on 4 counts of sexual conduct with a minor, Class 2 felonies, 2 counts of sexual conduct with a minor, Class 6 felonies. These were alleged to have occurred on August 8th of 1985 and between August of 2014 and August of 2018. I'm assigning you an attorney. Your next court date is April 1st in the downtown Superior Court. Setting a cash, I'm affirming the bond set by the grand jury. It's a $250,000 cash bond. If you're able to bond out, you'll be on supervised release with an electronic ankle monitor. Furthermore, if you're able to bond out, you're not to return to any scenes of the crime, no contact with any victims or witnesses, no contact with any minors. You're prohibited from accessing the internet through any electronic means, except to communicate with your defense attorney. You're not to possess any weapons, drugs, or alcohol. You must surrender any and all passports by your next court date. and you must obey any terms of orders of protection. Sir, do you have any questions for me?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. You want to please step to your left for your paperwork. This will conclude the 8 a.m. calendar.
Afternoon now. We had some technical difficulties. So, Your Honor, if I may, Mr. Garcia is refusing this morning.
Garcia.
First one, Silviano Garcia.
That's, I mean, yeah, I understand why. That's fine. We can, yeah, that's fine. We can continue. Yeah, hey, Horn, who's the PD today?
Ooh, she just left.
All right, I'll talk to her. I'll just see if she can get his attorney to explain, like, listen, man, just come.
Exactly. So, the two Spanish speakers first?
Do it.
Let's get it.
Buenos días. ¿Aquí estoy bien? Sí. Ok, gracias.
Your name, please, ma'am.
¿Me dice su nombre, señora, por favor? Dora Gastelum.
Ms. Gastelum, I'm seeing you on 2 city court cases. This is the time set for your initial appearance. We're going to go over your charges as well as release conditions.
Bueno, señora Gastelum, el día de hoy está usted aquí porque tiene 2 casos pendientes con la ciudad de Tucson y también está aquí para su comparecencia inicial. Entonces, vamos a hablar de las acusaciones y de las condiciones de liberación.
Before we do that, I want to advise you that you are presumed innocent. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can be used against you.
Pero antes le quiero advertir que se presume que usted es inocente y tiene el derecho a permanecer callada. Todo lo que diga puede y será utilizado en su contra.
All right, ma'am, I'm seeing you on 1 old case and 1 new case. The old case is 3 counts of assault, 1 count of criminal trespass in the first degree, and 1 count of disorderly conduct.
Bueno, la estoy viendo por un caso que es viejo y un caso que es nuevo. El caso que es viejo tiene 3 acusaciones de agresión y también tiene una acusación por entrada ilegal y otra acusación por alteración a los...
The new charge is the charge of domestic violence assault.
Y la acusación nueva es agresión, que se considera violencia doméstica.
Ma'am, I'm going to hold you on a $500 cash or secured bond.
Bueno, señora, le voy a fijar una fianza de $500 en efectivo o en garantía.
Order no contact with any of the alleged victims and do not go back to the victim's residence or workplace.
Bueno, y como condición de liberación le voy a ordenar que no puede tener contacto con las presuntas víctimas y tampoco puede volver al lugar donde viven o trabajan las víctimas.
I'm going to appoint the city PD's office to represent you in this case.
Y voy a nombrar al defensor público para que las represente en este caso.
And if you do postpone, ma'am, allow you to return 1 time with law enforcement to get any necessary belongings.
Y señora, si usted deposita la fianza y sale libre, tiene permiso de ir al lugar de su casa, pero para solamente recoger las pertenencias personales y acompañada de un agente del orden público.
Enter plea of not guilty on your behalf, ma'am, and advise you that if you fail to appear at a future court date, a warrant can issue for your arrest. Trial can go forward in your absence. If you're convicted at trial and don't appear for sentencing within 90 days, you can lose your right to appeal.
Bueno, y señora, voy a presentar declaraciones de no culpable y le voy a advertir que usted se debe de presentar a todas sus audiencias. Si no se presenta a sus audiencias, voy a emitir una orden de arresto en su contra. Y si usted no se presenta a su juicio, el juicio puede seguir aunque usted no esté presente. Y si no está presente para imponerle la pena, pierde el derecho a apelar su caso.
And with that, ma'am, you are excused.
Y con eso se puede retirar. Gracias.
Robles. Ahí está. No, afuera con la señora. A los escalones a la derecha.
Your name, please, sir.
¿Su nombre, señor, por favor?
Luis Robles.
Luis Robles.
Mr. Robles, we're going to go over your charges as well as your conditions of release. But before we begin, know that you are presumed innocent. You have the right to remain silent, and anything you say can be used against you.
Bueno, señor Robles, primero vamos a hablar de las acusaciones y también de las condiciones de liberación, pero antes de eso le tengo que advertir que se presume que usted es inocente. Tiene el derecho de permanecer callado. Todo lo que diga puede y será utilizado en su contra.
Mr. Robles, you are being charged with 1 count of domestic violence assault, 1 count of domestic violence disorderly conduct.
Señor, usted tiene una acusación por agresión, que se considera violencia doméstica, y también por alteración al orden público.
I'm going to order that you have no contact with the alleged victim. You not return to the victim's residence or workplace. You may return one time with law enforcement to get any required belongings.
Bueno, le voy a ordenar, señor, que usted no puede tener contacto con ninguna de las presuntas víctimas. Usted no puede regresar al lugar donde vive la víctima o donde trabaja la víctima. Puede regresar una sola vez, pero solamente acompañado de un agente del orden público y para recoger las pertenencias personales necesarias.
Will you abide by those conditions, sir?
¿Usted está dispuesto a cumplir esas condiciones, señor? Yes.
Sí, de hecho voy con un policía por ver mi ropa, mi stuff.
Yes, and as a matter of fact, I'm going to be going there to pick up my clothes, but with a law enforcement agent.
All right, I'm going to release you then, sir, on your promise to appear at court. You're going to have court April 28th at 1:30 p.m. in front of Judge Millian.
Bueno, señor, le voy entonces a liberar bajo palabra de honor que usted se va a presentar a su audiencia, que va a ser el 28 de abril a la 1:30 de la tarde ante la honorable juez Millian.
Okay.
With that, sir, you're
Okay. Y con eso se puede retirar. Gracias.
Muchas gracias, señor juez.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Your Honor.
welcome. Officer Horn, any other Spanish speakers? Are we good to go?
That looks like it, Your Honor. Here we go.
Thank you very much, Interpreter.
Thank you, Your Honor. Have a great day. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Scribbling up seat front chair.
Your name, please, sir.
Hello,
Sir, your name, please.
Dylan Crippen.
All right. Hey, Officer Horn, do we have all the misdemeanors in the courtroom or just Mr. Crippen?
Everything but one, Your Honor. He's unable to be here with everybody else, though.
That's fine. Thank you. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, you are all here for your initial appearance. We're going to go over your charges as well as your conditions of release. Before we do that, know that you are presumed innocent. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can be used against you. On your charges, you'll have a right to an attorney. In some instances, I might be appointing you an attorney. You always have the right to hire an attorney. Before we go over your conditions of release, know that I've reviewed information from law enforcement as well as pretrial services if they spoke to you. Lastly, if you're here on a Tucson City Court case, this is also your arraignment. I'll be entering pleas of not guilty on your behalf. Be advised that if you fail to appear at a future hearing, a warrant can issue for your arrest. Trial can go forward in your absence. If you're convicted at trial, you can lose your right to appeal. All right, Mr. Crippen, I am seeing you on charges from Pima County Justice Court. These are charges of assault. I've got two cases, actually. One is for a failure to appear for a shoplifting. The second, sir, is for 3 counts of domestic violence assault. Hold on, let me make sure that's right. No, I'm sorry, sir. The first count is a failure to appear for shoplifting. There's 3 counts of failing to comply with a court order. So I understand that there's an allegation that there was an order of protection that was served on you on March 12th, and the city is alleging that you have failed to comply with that order of protection. All right. Sir, on that case, on the new charges of failing to comply with the court order, I'm going to hold you on a $1,000 cash or secured bond. I'm going to set court for March 26th in front of Judge Pesquera. I'm going to appoint Anna Dennis to represent you and order no contact with the alleged victim, and you may not go back to their residence or workplace, sir. On your failure to appear for a shoplifting charge, sir, I'm going to hold you on a $200 cash or secured bond. That way you're getting time credit on both cases. Same court date, March 26th at 1 p.m. This will be in front of Judge Garza. Again, I'm going to appoint Anna Dennis to represent you, sir. And with that, sir, you're excused.
Hernandez. All the way out to far left hand side of the voice.
Your name, please.
Marley Hernandez.
All right, Ms. Hernandez, I am seeing you. Sorry, Marty. Oh. 1 second, ma'am. It's good time today. I'm gonna feel something for this. Ms. Hernandez, apologies. Ma'am, I am seeing you. On 1 count of domestic violence, threats and intimidation, 1 count of domestic violence, criminal damage, and 2 counts of domestic violence assault. All right, ma'am, I'm gonna hold you on a $500 cash or secured bond. Order no contact with the alleged victims. You may not go back to their residence or workplace or the incident location. I'm gonna appoint Anna Dennis to represent you. If you do post bond, I'm gonna order that you surrender any firearms or weapons in your possession or ownership to TPD or PCSO within 24 hours of your release. Your court date, ma'am, is gonna be March 26th at 1 p.m. in front of Judge Pesquera. And with that, ma'am, you're excused.
And may I just ask,
Yes, ma'am.
being held on a bond means that we can't leave jail unless it's paid?
That's correct, ma'am.
Okay, alrighty, thank you, Your Honor.
Roger McDaniel.
What am I, 3 for 4 today? If losing is winning? Your name, please, sir.
Roger Joseph McDaniel.
All right, Mr. McDaniel.
How you doing today?
Sir, I'm seeing you on 1 charge of failing to comply with a court order.
Yes, sir.
Because of these charges, sir, I'm going to hold you on a $1,000 cash bond. Order no contact again with the alleged victim. You may not go to their residence or workplace. Your court date, sir, is going to be March 26th at 1 p.m. in front of Judge Pesquera. And I'm going to appoint Anna Dennis to represent you in these matters, sir.
Okay, can I get my clothes or anything from that residence or no?
Yes, sir. If you post this bond, sir, you may return 1 time with a police escort to pick up any required belongings.
So I'm holding here on $1,000 bond?
That's correct, sir.
Or I don't understand.
Well, sir,
Means I can't get out here?
If you pay $1,000.
if you post that bond, sir, I've got concerns for the alleged victim. You've already been court ordered not to go somewhere. There's allegations that you disobeyed the court's orders. So
Oh, sorry. I'm sorry, but I'm sorry. Yes, I got you. I'm done. Thank you.
Your excuse. Your name, please, sir.
Mute.
All right, Mr. Mute. I'm seeing you on 2 cases. One is domestic violence disorderly conduct, domestic violence assault. The other is a failure to appear on a shoplifting charge, sir. On the domestic violence charge, sir, I'm going to hold you on a $1,000 cash bond. Set court for March 26th at 1 p.m. in front of Judge Pesquera. Order no contact with the alleged victim. You may not go to the alleged victim's residence or workplace. I'm going to appoint Janet Altschuler to represent you on this matter, sir. On the failure to appear for a shoplifting charge, sir, again, $1,000 cash bond. Court date March 26th, 1 p.m. in front of Judge Pesquera. Appointing Janet Altschuler and ordering you not to return to the incident location if you do post those bonds, sir. And with that, sir, you're excused.
Thank you.
Rivera.
Your name, please, sir.
Guillermo Alejandro Rivera.
Rivera, I'm seeing you on 1 charge of domestic violence, 6 counts of domestic violence disorderly conduct, 1 count of domestic violence threats and intimidation. Sir, I'm going to hold you on a $1,000 cash bond. set court for March 31st at 3 p.m. That's going to be in Salarita Municipal Court. Order no contact with any of the alleged victims. You may not go to their residence or workplace. I'm going to appoint Stan Fitzgerald to represent you on these charges, sir. And with that, sir, you're excused.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You, sir.
Ellers,
Honey. Hello, Your Honor.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Ms. Bellers, I'm seeing you on city court cases.
Yeah.
So don't say anything. You're presumed innocent.
Okay.
You're right to remain silent, but I'm going to tell you what's going on here. So I have 7 city court files, ma'am. These range from disorderly conduct, domestic violence, new charges, old charges of failing to appear for theft, contributing to the delinquency of a minor or dependent, possession of paraphernalia, assault, disorderly conduct, criminal damage, criminal trespass.
What was that one for? I'm sorry. What was that one for contributing to minors?
Does contributing to the delinquency of a minor or dependent?
No, that's not mine.
Well, it is yours, but you can address this with the city PD, who I'm going to appoint to represent you. These are all yours, ma'am.
I never got that ticket before.
Okay, well, you're going to address this with the city PD, who I'm going to appoint to represent you. I'm going to set on April 2nd.
Okay.
At 1:45 p.m. in front of Blue.
Oh, Judge Blue. Okay.
I'm going to hold you, ma'am, on a $1,000 cash bond.
Today? I don't get to go?
You do not get to go, ma'am. Order no contact of any kind with any alleged victims. You may not go to any alleged victims' residence or workplaces. But you will see Judge Blue on April 2nd, ma'am, with an attorney by your side who will assist you in these proceedings. I'm going to enter pleas of not guilty on your behalf, ma'am. And with that, you are excused.
I was told that by the officer that I would be released today at 9 o'clock.
Well, I'm not sure which officer told you that. What has to happen, ma'am, is that you'll see a judge. The judge determines your release conditions. That judge is me, ma'am. And I've just decided to hold you on a $1,000 bond, given the amount of cases you have against you and the amount of failure to appears. If you post that bond, ma'am, you can be released.
How long am I going to be here if I can't?
Well, you'll have court April 2nd. What Judge Blue does at that point in time is up to Judge Blue. I'm not sure what's going to happen on April 2nd, ma'am.
And how do you get a bond?
Well, ma'am, you have to pay money to either the jail or a bond company.
how do you pay it?
Yeah.
So there's a couple of different options. We'll talk to you out here.
Okay.
Clayton? I sit down for you.
Your name, please?
Clayton.
All right, Clayton, I'm seeing you on charges of domestic violence assault, domestic violence disorderly conduct. Mr. Clayton, are you still present on the phone? If you are, sir, just dial *6 and you can be heard, sir. I know you were there we go, sir. All right, sir. What did you want to say regarding conditions of release for Miss Clayton?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, she didn't do nothing to me at all. Like, you know what I mean? They took her in. She didn't do nothing to me at all.
All right. So, sir, are you wanting?
Shouldn't even be there right now.
Are you wanting contact with Miss Clayton?
Yes.
All right. Ms. Clayton, I'm going to release you on your promise to appear. You're going to have court on April 28th at 1:30 p.m. in front of Judge Millian. You can discuss the case with her at that time. Okay, ma'am?
Sir, thank you.
Enter pleas of not guilty on your behalf, ma'am, and you're excused.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Davidson?
Yeah. Yeah.
Judge.
That's good.
Your Honor. Hey, can you please ask Debonair Clayton where she put the car keys at so I can go pick her up?
Jail, I don't know if you can ask that question, can you?
You know what?
I can't today. Give me 1 second.
Okay, thank you, Officer Horn. It's a slower day, Mr. Clayton, so give us 1 second.
All right.
Just stay on the line there. You can mute yourself, sir. Once we get the information, we'll try to pass it on to you, okay?
All right. Thank you.
We're gonna say check the closet on the chair with a pink sheet on it.
Check the closet on a chair with a big sheet on it, sir.
Pink sheet.
Oh, a pink sheet.
There we go.
The color pink, yeah.
All right, Mr. Clayton, good luck, sir.
Like favorite color.
I didn't hear you, Your Honor.
Oh, so the information was to check the closet, look for a chair, and there's a pink sheet on the chair, is my understanding, and that's where the car keys are.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
All right, sir. Good luck.
Yeah, good.
Are you your name, please, ma'am?
Gwendolyn Davidson.
Ms. Davidson, I am seeing you on multiple city court charges. These are failure to appear for reckless burning, possession of paraphernalia, general soliciting, shoplifting, criminal trespass in the 3rd degree, disorderly conduct, possession of prescription drugs without a valid prescription, and more of those, ma'am. But those are the charges. It's just the amounts are different. Ma'am, given the amount of charges and the amount of failure to appears on these cases, I'm going to hold you on a $1,000 cash and secured bond. I'm going to set court April 3rd at 1:45 p.m. in front of Judge Maldonado. I'm going to order you not to return to any of the incident locations if you do post bond, and appoint the city PD's office to represent you on these matters, ma'am. I'm going to enter pleas of not guilty on your behalf on these matters. And with that, ma'am, you're excused.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Hello, Your Honor.
So your name, please.
Daniel Ricardo Hernandez.
All right. Mr. Hernandez, I'm seeing you on charges of domestic violence assault, domestic violence disorderly conduct, and DUI. It looks like the assault charges, sir, are a few months old. The DUI charges are new, sir. On these cases, sir, I'm going to release you on your promise to appear.
Thank you.
Give me 1 second here, sir. Hold on. Sir, I'm going to order no unsolicited contact with the alleged victim in this case. These are old charges. Pretrial services was not able to reach her. I don't know if she wants contact with you or not at this point in time. Please don't say anything. What I'm going to order is that if she does not want contact, you have to go somewhere else. Understood, sir?
She no longer lives at that residence.
Okay.
We split up 2 months ago, and that's my home, and she no longer lives there. We have no contact.
Oh, even easier then, sir. I'm going to continue to order no contact with the victims. Do not go to her residence or her workplace. If that's not your residence, sir, then there's no problem with you going home when you're released today.
Okay.
I am going to appoint you an attorney due to the DUI charges, sir. You're going to have court, though, on April 28th. And with that, sir, let's see. Let me enter pleas of not guilty on your behalf. And with that, sir, you're excused.
All right, thank you, sir. Have a great day. Wow.
Your name, please, sir.
Dalton Powell.
Mr. Powell, I'm seeing on city court charges. There are charges of criminal trespass in the 3rd degree, shoplifting, and obstruction. This case was continued, it looks like, from last night. Hold on, sir.
What's going on?
Give me 1 second, sir. I'm gonna have to. Mr. Yeah, Mr. Powell, I do not have any facts on these incidents, so I can't find probable cause that you committed a crime. That means I have to release you. However, you still have court. You have court April 23rd at 2 p.m. in front of Judge Maldonado. I'm going to order you not go back to any incident location where you've been trespassed. Understood, sir?
Appreciate that.
Do you understand what I said about not returning, sir, to any incident location?
Exactly. Yeah.
All right, so you're going to have court April 23rd at 2 p.m. in front of Judge Maldonado, all right?
Yep.
All right, sir, you're excused.
St. John.
Your name, please, sir.
Ben St. John.
St. John, I'm seeing you on charges of domestic violence, assault, criminal damage, and threats and intimidation, sir. On these charges, sir, I'm going to enter pleas of not guilty. I'm going to hold you on a $3,000 cash bond. Order you not to possess or consume any alcohol or illegal drugs. Surrender all firearms to TPD within 24 hours of your release or PCSO. No contact with the victims. Do not go to their residence or workplace. If you do post bond, you may return one time with law enforcement to get required belongings. And I'm going to appoint the city PD, sir, to represent you on these charges. And with that, sir, you're excused.
Thank you.
Double field.
Your name, please.
Trevor Stubblefield.
All right, Stubblefield, I'm seeing you on one count of domestic violence, disorderly conduct, sir. Sir, I'm going to hold you on a $500 cash bond. Order you not to possess or consume any alcoholic beverages or illegal drugs. Appoint the city PD, sir, to represent you. And appoint and enter pleas of not guilty on your behalf. You're going to have court, sir, on April 3rd at 1:45 p.m. in front of Judge Cranshaw. And with that, sir, you're excused.
Thank you.
Wait.
Morning, Your Honor.
Morning, sir. Your name, please.
Christopher Charles Witt.
All right, Mr. Witt, charges of domestic violence assault, domestic violence disorderly conduct. These are allegations, sir, from August of 25.
Yeah.
Sir, I'm going to release you on your promise to appear at court in front of Judge Millian on April 28th at 1:30 p.m. Enter pleas of not guilty on your behalf. Sir, we do not have a statement from the alleged victim in this case. I'm going to order no unsolicited contact. Understand, sir? So if
Yes, sir, I
she's
understand.
okay with contact, you can have contact. If she's not okay with contact, sir, and you have belongings at that location, I'll allow you to return one time with law enforcement to pick up belongings. All right, sir?
Okay, how am I supposed to find out she's okay in contact? Because we got pulled over and we were together. We've been together since that incident. We're still engaged, but I need to ask her, or do I need to have law enforcement with me when I ask her?
Thank you for those questions, sir. I'm going to indicate defendant may contact victim.
My name's Claudia Romero.
Ask.
Okay.
If he may return. All right, sir. So I've indicated on your order that you may contact the victim to ask if you may return. All right, sir?
Okay. All right.
All right, sir. Thank you for the question. Your excuse, sir.
Thank you. Have a good day.
You too, sir. I'll continue. I'll continue Garcia right now anyway. We're not going to wait for him. But I'll just see if this PD can get him there.
Hi, Judge. I'm here.
Hey, how you doing?
Good. How are you?
Good. Hey, Twyla.
Yeah.
Who represents Silviano Garcia, juvenile, no, juvenile. He's in custody on murder one charges, and I'm supposed to be seeing him for a justice question. He's refusing transport.
Right there.
Do you know who his attorney is?
I
Oh,
can't get export contact you. All I wanted to say was, 1 second, sir, okay, while I talk to your attorney.
No problem.
I don't want to order the jail to bring him to court by any means necessary on a misdemeanor case when he's there on very serious charges. If you could find out his attorney's interested, would you please just suggest he come to court this PM just very quickly? Otherwise,
okay.
he's being dragged in shackles, which is still for a misdemeanor.
No, not you, not you. And what was his name again?
Silviano Garcia.
Okay, yes, I will do that.
Oh yeah. It is. Yeah, Silviano Joseph Garcia. He will be. I don't know if I can initial him without him being present, though. I don't think I can waive his presence. I know it's silly because he's being held anyway. I don't think I can waive his presence though for initial appearance. Can I continue it until tomorrow in front of that judge and appoint a dentist? Let's do that. Yeah, let's continue until. Let's do this. Hold on. Exactly. Let's do that. Hey, Twyla, never mind.
Oh, okay.
We have a solution.
Okay.
So will you check those boxes? Just continue it until, yeah, perfect. Okay, thanks. Yeah. All right. Apologies, sir. Your name, please, sir.
Kenneth Black.
All right. Hey, Officer Horn, do we have all the felonies in the courtroom right now?
We do, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, you are all here for your initial appearance on felony charges. At this time, we're going to go over your charges and conditions of release. Before I do that, know that you are all presumed innocent. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can be used against you. On felony charges, folks, I'm going to be appointing you an attorney. If you also have misdemeanor charges, you always have the right to hire your own attorney, regardless of your charges. And on some misdemeanors, I might be appointing you an attorney. You'll find out when you come before me. Before we go over your conditions of release, know that I've reviewed information from law enforcement as well as pretrial services. And I will take arguments from both your attorney, who's going to be sitting next to you right now, as well as information from the state, who is present on Teams, being represented by Ms. Goodman. All right. Mr. Blagg, sir.
Yes.
I am seeing you, sir, on a warrant for an aggravated assault, ag DUI, and criminal damage case. The state's asking for that $5,000 warrant. Ms. Goodman, I was inclined to release Mr. Blagg to pretrial services. It appears that he was not previously released to pretrial services and might not have had information regarding his court date. Did you want to be heard further, ma'am?
Nothing further from the state, Your Honor. I do see that the summons was sent to him. The hearing was continued multiple times, and he just needs to make sure that he updates his address. That's all, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. All right, Mr. Blagg, state's concerned because they believe that you might have received notice. I'm not asking you to say anything at all right now, sir. I am going to release you to pretrial services. Please contact pretrial immediately. Please give them all your updated information, sir. You're going to have on April 1st at 1:30 p.m. That court date is absolutely going to occur. If you do not appear, sir, another warrant will be issued for your arrest, and I guarantee the bond amount will be higher.
Okay, Your Honor.
I'm going to order, sir. I don't know who the alleged victims are. This is a indicted case. I'm going to order no contact with the alleged victims. Twyla, however, let me know if that's going to be a problem. Will you please speak to your client real quick?
I mean,
Stop it. Correct, Judge.
Okay, no problem. Perfect. All right. Mr. Blagg, we will see you on April 1st at 1:30 p.m. And with that, sir, you are excused.
thank you, Your Honor.
And Judge, which office is appointed?
I'm sorry, Twyla, I forgot that. PD's office.
Thank you.
Eso.
Okay, so you're moving to go back.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Sure. Randy Camacho. All the way out, Mr. Blagg. Out. So, yes, sir. Thank you. Well. Your name, please, sir.
Randy Martin Camacho.
All right, Mr. Camacho, I'm seeing you on charges of being a prohibited possessor. So possessing a weapon while being a prohibited possessor. Sir, the state's asking for a $15,000 bond. My inclination, both counsel, was a $5,000 bond. Ms. Goodman, let me hear your argument first.
Your Honor, the concern was his affiliations that elevated the bond. He does have prior convictions. Looks like the last case ended in August of 2024. But that was the main basis, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Goodman. Ms. Haggerty?
Judge, we're asking for that Mr. Camacho is released to pretrial services or a lower bond. He is employed. He works full time. He's scheduled to work this week. If you're released, he'd go home. He's a lifelong resident of Tucson. He has confirmed housing with his sister, and he has successfully completed probation.
All right. Given the information in the interim complaint and the charges, given the active allegation of an order of protection, I'm going to order Mr. Camacho held on a $5,000 cash secured bond. Once again, order no firearms or weapons, must surrender any firearms to TPD or PCSO within 24 hours of your release. Appoint the PD's office to represent you and set court on April 6th at 1:30 p.m. in Juvenile County Justice Court. Mr. Camacho, that court date is unlikely to go, sir. So please speak to your attorney about the next steps, sir. And with that, your excuse, sir.
Eagle?
Your name, please, sir.
Jaden Eagle.
Mr. Eagle, I'm seeing you on two different charges. One's a felony, one's a misdemeanor. The felony is unlawful flight. The misdemeanor is reckless driving. On the felony, sir, the state's asking you to be released to pretrial services. That was my inclination as well, and I doubt Ms. Haggerty will have an objection. So
Correct.
we'll release you to pretrial services. You're gonna have a PH of April 14th at 1:30 p.m. I'm gonna appoint the PD's office to represent you. Sir, that April 14th court date is unlikely to go. So please stay in touch with pretrial services. Please stay in touch with your attorney to know more about your court dates. All right, sir?
Okay, of course.
On your misdemeanor, sir, I'm going to release you on your promise to appear at court. You're going to have court April 6th at 8:30 a.m. That court date is going to occur. All right, sir? So the first court date you're going to go to is on April 6th at 8:30 a.m. in front of Judge Foster, Pima County Justice Court. Understood?
Understood.
All right, sir. With that, you're excused.
Wait, really quick. Just gotta make it stand correctly for you. You're written in the wrong court. So it's at Justice Court. Okay.
Kenneth? Yes, sir. Come on up.
Your name, please, sir.
Kenneth Lloyd Emmett III.
All right, Mr. Evett, I'm seeing you on charges of possession of a dangerous drug, 2 counts of that. Give me 1 second, sir. I also understand there's a adult probation hold, so any bond I place on you will be almost irrelevant due to that probation hold. Because of that, counsel, my inclination was a $1,000 bond, and then to set a steps screening hearing. Does either party wish to be heard?
Yes, Judge.
I'm sorry, Ms. Goodman, let me begin with you and then I'll ask you, Ms. Haggerty. Ms. Goodman?
Nothing further from the state, Your Honor.
Thank you, Ms. Goodman. Ms. Haggerty?
Judge, I would like to be heard. I know it's mostly for time credit, but I'm asking for a much lower bond just for time credit. And if I could just say that it based on the interim complaint, it looks like he called 911 asking for help, and then his information was run, and that's why he was arrested on this probation violation warrant. He is fully employed and steps eligible, so we're asking for. He tells me he has 2 jobs, so we're just asking, even though it's functionally the same, we're asking for a much lower bond.
I mean, I'll do a $500 cash and secured bond, but yeah, it doesn't matter, Mr. Evett. If you post that bond, you're just going to be wasting money because you're not going to be released until the judge orders you to be released, and he or she is only going to do that with the probation officer's blessing, generally speaking. Your court date, sir, is going to be April 6th at 1:30 p.m. That's a preliminary hearing. I will do a steps screening on April 1st. I don't know if you're going to be transported, sir. If you are transported, I'd suggest you go to that. I'm going to appoint the PD's office to represent you, sir. And with that, sir, you're excused.
Yeah.
Lyles?
Good morning, sir. Your name, please?
That's what you first. Thomas Lyles.
Mr. Lyle?
Judge, if we could get one moment really quick, please.
Yeah.
All right, we're ready, Judge.
Mr. Lyles, I'm seeing you on charges of misconduct involving weapons, possession of a dangerous drug, possession of a narcotic drug, possession of drug paraphernalia, sir. State's asking that I hold you on a $20,000 bond in lieu of a no bond hearing. Counsel, my inclination was a $10,000 bond if the state wasn't going to be asking for a no bond hearing, but I'm going to let both parties argue. Ms. Goodman, do you want to say anything further with regards to my initial inclination?
I would just add, Your Honor, that the firearm was loaded. There was a bullet in the chamber and several other magazines in possession of the defendant. The concern is that he's on release on that other pending disorderly conduct with the weapon, which he was released on the 17th of this month, and he's before the court again.
Yeah, that's understandable. Thank you. I'm inclined to go with the state's recommendation now. Ms. Haggerty, I quite frankly had forgot about the bullet in the chamber. Did you wish to be heard, ma'am?
Yes, Judge. We're asking that we're asking for a much lower bond. We're asking to reconsider release for him. He is fully employed. He was initially contacted for a traffic violation, not because somebody called and complained about him, not because somebody was afraid of him. It was a traffic violation. If he were released, he'd go home. He works at Walmart and he's scheduled to work this week. He's not going to be able to post a $20,000 bond or a $10,000 bond. So either of those will be akin to no bond for him.
All right, Mr. Lyles, this law enforcement is also asking that I place a high bond on you. I am going to go with the state's inclination of a $20,000 cash as secured bond, or the state's argument. I'm going to appoint the PD's office to represent you. Set court, sir, for April 6th at 1:30 p.m. That court date is unlikely to go, sir. So please speak to your attorney about what the next 2 weeks looks like for you with these charges. And with that, sir, you're excused.
Miller? Miller? Anthony Simpson.
Your name, please, sir.
Raymond Miller.
All right, Mr. Miller, I'm assuming you on multiple different cases. Let me start with, I guess, what I would consider the most serious charges first. Ms. Goodman, are you going to be asking for a no bond hold on one of the cases?
Yes, Your Honor, based on the history of the other pending cases, the no bond will be on the newest case that is a personal possession case, not
Good.
recommending a steps hearing.
Thank you. Okay. All right. Sir, let me start with these one at a time then, actually. All right, sir. You have new charges of domestic violence, aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, domestic violence, disorderly conduct with a weapon ×2, and domestic violence kidnapping. On that charge, sir, the state's asking for a $100,000 bond. Counsel, my inclination was a $50,000 cash or secured bond with orders not to possess any firearms, no contact with the alleged victim, and not to return to the alleged victim's residence or workplace. Does either party wish to be heard on that?
Nothing
Judge,
further, Your Honor.
Judge, we're asking that you consider a lower bond. I know that there is the no bond case, but we're asking for that you consider a lower bond than $100,000 or than $50,000. And Judge, looking at his criminal history, it looks to me like everything is within the last year, and this is not him admitting to anything. But based on the dates that I'm seeing, it looks like it's all about within the last year, which suggests that maybe within the last year there might have been some sort of mental health crisis. So we're asking that you consider that and do a lower bond.
Mr. Miller, I just have a lot of concerns for the individuals who are alleged to be victims in this case. I understand you're presumed innocent right now, and you'll have an opportunity to litigate this further. All I have right now, sir, is the interim complaints provided by law enforcement. I am going to order the $50,000 cash secured bond. Sir, no contact with any of the victims, no contact with your biological children that are shared with this alleged victim. You have a adult probation hold, sir, so even if you post this bond, you will not be released from the Pima County Jail because of the adult probation hold. I'm going to appoint the PD's office to represent you and set court for April 6th at 1:30 p.m., sir. All right, that does the case. Hold on, sir. On the new charges, sir, the state's asking that I hold you without bond. Pursuant to their request, I'm going to set a no bond hearing, sir. You're going to have a no bond hearing on March 30th at 1:30 p.m. A preliminary hearing on April 6th at 1:30 p.m. Again, I'm going to recognize that you have a probation hold. And I'm going to appoint the PD's office to represent you on this case, sir. All right, on CR 2025-5197. This is one charge of hindering prosecution and a misdemeanor for child or vulnerable adult abuse. I'm going to hold you on a $5,000 cash or secured bond. Set an arraignment for April 1st at 1:30 p.m. No contact with whoever the alleged victim is on this place. You may not return to the residence or workplace. Again, sir, I just want to keep reminding you, you have an APO hold. So you will not be released from jail no matter what bond you post unless probation asks for you to be released. I'll be appointed to the PD's office in that case as well. And also charges for possession of a dangerous drug. Arraignment's going to be April 1st, 1:30 p.m. Do a bond of $1,000 cash or secured, and appoint the PD's office to represent you, sir. So 4 cases, sir. You're going to have the same attorney for all 4 cases. They're going to help you on these charges. You'll have an opportunity to speak to that attorney very soon regarding all the charges and regarding what the next couple of weeks looks like for you, given the amount of court dates I've set, including a no bond hearing, sir. And with that, sir, you're excused.
Angel?
Your name, please, sir.
Angel Cruz Montaño.
Montaño, I'm seeing you on felony charges for unlawful flight from law enforcement and 5 counts of DV disorderly conduct. I'm also seeing you, sir, on a city court case. On the felony case, sir, the state's asking for a $10,000 bond pursuant to the warrant that was issued by Judge Fell. I'm inclined to honor that request from Judge Fell. Ms. Haggerty, did you want to be heard?
Yes, Judge, we're asking for that Mr. Montaño is released or a lower bond. I'm not able to open up pretrial right now, but based on my notes, I have that he has no new felonies and ties to Tucson. He also tells me that he's lived in Tucson for 5 years, and he works and he's scheduled to work this week.
Mr. Montaño, I'm going to honor Judge Fell's request for that $10,000 bond set court for April 1st at 1:30 p.m. and appoint the PD's office to represent you, sir. On the city court charges, sir, these are the domestic violence disorderly conduct charges. I'm going to hold you on a $1,000 cash bond, order you not to possess or consume any alcoholic beverages if you post that bond, order that you not possess any firearms, surrender any firearms to TPD or PCSO within 48 hours of your release, no contact with the alleged victims, you may not go back to their residence or workplace. I'm going to appoint the city PD to represent you, sir. If you do post bond and need to go back, you may return once with law enforcement to get any required proceedings. I'm going to set this next court date for you, sir, April 1st, 1:30 p.m. in front of Judge Millian. That's in Tucson City Court. Lastly, before we conclude this matter, I understand that there's an alleged victim on the phone who wanted to be heard regarding this case. Can you please unmute yourself and state your name?
Am I still muted?
Yes, you're good, ma'am. What did you want to say, ma'am?
Okay, my name is Sabrina Sanchez, and I do want contact with him. It was a misunderstanding. I was just overwhelmed at the time, and there was no physical harm to me.
All right, well, ma'am, you can bring this up in front of Judge Millian at a later date. For now, I'm going to order no contact with you or any of the other alleged victims. Mr. Montaño will be seen on April 1st at 1:30 p.m. by Judge Millian, and he will have an attorney who will represent him at that hearing, ma'am. Enter pleas of not guilty on the city court matter, sir, and with that, you're excused.
Judge, is there, I may have written the dates wrong. I believe that he needs to appear for his felony April 1st at 1:30. Is that correct? Because I think they might be scheduled at the same time, or I wrote them down.
Yeah, the felony is April 6th with Haggerty, and the misdemeanor is April 5th.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, I'm holding this stuff still. Sorry. I'm sorry, Angela.
Reno Vargas.
Your name, please.
Miguel Moreno Vargas.
All right, Mr. Moreno Vargas, I'm seeing you on charges of possession of a dangerous drug, possession of drug paraphernalia. Mr. Moreno Vargas, have you heard of the STEPS program, sir?
No, sir. What's that?
So the STEPS program is a program run jointly between the Pima County Superior Court and the County Attorney's Office. It allows you to do treatment and counseling. In exchange for that treatment and counseling, the city or the County Attorney's Office will dismiss your charges if you complete that treatment and counseling. Do you wish to do that, sir?
Yes, yes.
All right, sir. I'm going to set a STEPS screening for April 1st at 9 a.m. Charlie, do you waive time?
Yes, Judge.
All right, so sir, what that means is she's waiving time for the state to decide whether or not to indict you on these charges. That court is going to be, or that deadline is going to be May 11th at 1:30 p.m. Right now, don't worry about that one. Right now, concern yourself with the April 1st deadline, the April 1st court date at 9 a.m. If you don't go to Superior Court on April 1st at 9 a.m., you will not be eligible for this diversion-like program, and this will be treated as a Class 4 felony. Understand, sir?
Okay.
All right. While there's written down information for you, sir, I'm going to release you to pretrial services, appoint the PD's office, and wish you good luck, sir.
Thank you.
All right, sir, you're excused.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you.
That could be off. We might have to go backwards in the document.
Yeah, so this was when we were negotiating with Manoj. Manoj had said, so one other piece, if I can go one
And let's
step.
put some time in here too.
Yeah, so this is important. So earlier it was brought up that Vicky tried to buy shares without separately from the reason I explained why we were doing that, and Cal Somani was fully aware of this. Vicky had agreed, we had agreed to buy 10 extra %.
By we, who are you?
Vicky and myself, we were going to buy 10 extra %.
Under Royals or?
No, separately. And Cal Somani was aware of that for 500 million valuation. And this was 2024.
When in 24?
Or 2023, I'm sorry. This will be around summertime, May or June 2023. Vicky was working with Steve Quinn, who was the CFO of EMV. The day or a week of when this was supposed to close, Manoj Badale got involved and said, I'm not selling the shares to you. Immediately when he did that, Vicky spent last 6 months. She had documented every email. I was updating Cal. Here's what's going on. Vicky called Manoj Badale out. And I think in her email, she called him an asshole or a con artist, which he took offense to. In hindsight, she should have been politically more correct, but she was very direct. And she was like, we've done everything you've asked
I'm
us
going to stop you. I'd like to have another question.
Yes, sir.
Oh, yes, thank you.
Yes,
Thank you, Your Honor. Yes, and I'll start interrupting more if you'd like. So, all right, so and I'm trying to remember where we were. So we're talking about let's jump back to this and we'll come back to Vicky. I'm sure they're going to introduce some exhibits with you. But in P31, this is an email from you to Manoj, James Howlett, Kirk, and your wife, Vicky. Is that right? And then I think there's one other person, a Megan.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, that was an email.
Okay, so James Howlett, who was he?
He was the new CFO or is the new CFO at EMB.
And who was the former CFO?
Steve Quinn.
Okay. And the date of this email?
August 2nd, 2024.
And why are you writing here to everyone, to Manoj? What's the purpose of your top email?
So at this point, in this point, because of the relationship was strained, we were removed from board seat, board observer seat. We're not getting information, and we were just not sure where this is going. So we looked at selling the shares in the team. And the conversation, if I recall right, I had with Manoj was there was talks about Gujarat team selling, and he confirmed that that's not going to sell, and that he does not have any intention to sell the team for upcoming years. That was the conversation.
Pause real quick. So in the summer of 2024, you start exploring potentially selling some or all of your interest in Royals US.
Correct.
Okay. Did you know if it was going to be all of your interest at that time?
So initially they told us they have a buyer, which is the Qatari Savan Group or somebody, and they will buy everything. Then they came back and said they will only buy a certain percentage. And then we found out there was nobody buying that.
Okay. Now, and if it's confidential, please let me know, because I know some of the business reasons can be non-public, but was there a reason you were looking to sell as of this point in time, in August, summer 24?
And this doesn't come out like this is,
Do we need to have it?
I can, so, Your Honor,
Hold on. Hold on.
There's no confidentiality.
Can I let her get her sentence out before I hear the objection? Go ahead.
Your Honor, he has investments that have potentially political impacts in other countries. I don't know if he's okay
not
saying
political,
this.
no.
Okay.
So,
This isn't
Your Honor,
okay.
we have a business that's been tasked to work.
So let me stop you.
Comfortable testifying about it.
I'm fine.
Nobody's asking to seal anything at this point.
Yeah, I was just trying to find out if he wanted me to seal it.
I understand.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Your Honor, we have a business run by Jack McCain that focuses on rebuilding U.S. diplomacy in Indo-PACOM area, which is Indo-Pacific area. So India and Japan are one of our key focus areas, and then we're doing a lot of different work there.
And so was this one of the reasons you were exploring selling
So
Royals?
one of the reasons we was looking to sell Royals was we were looking to buy a port in India. And coincidentally, that's the port where the Iranian ship was just going 2 weeks ago.
Okay.
So that was the port we were looking to buy. So my goal was to take the proceeds from Royals and then invest in the port with other partners, as well as buy land to build an American leadership school to help bring American education to India to start building rebuilding the relationships.
And was part of that transaction like time of the essence?
Time was the essence. It was supposed to close December 4th in 2024. And there will be emails. You will see how the price went from 750 to 710 to 700.
Yeah, can you walk me through that? Who made that decision to lower the valuation?
Manoj Badali.
Okay, and what reasons were you given?
That they only have a buyer that will only do 700 or 710. And then in the last kind of a month where we didn't know if this is going to happen or not, I had asked Manoj Badali if his family office will buy the shares, and I will sell it at 700.
Okay, so let's jump back to P31 and go specifically to SM 314. And we're staying in that July, August timeframe here. So, and Your Honor, if I haven't moved P31 in, I do move it into evidence.
No objection.
Plaintiff 31's admitted.
So there's an email from you on SM 314 of Exhibit P31, which has P3104. Oh, wait, no. 06. It's your email to Manoj. Do you see it there?
Yes, I do.
And what's the date of that email?
July 24, 2024.
And what, and you don't need to read it out loud, just describe first what you're writing to Manoj and why.
Because in 2024, there were conversations that Gujarat will sell, and this is the price that it will sell for.
And why did this matter to you?
Because the value of our shares will be significantly higher.
And would that impact your decision to sell?
Absolutely.
How so?
I will want higher price to sell or not sell and wait, sell later.
So if you just mentioned how you had this pressure, I guess time pressure on this other transaction, could you have switched and liquidated some other asset then if this value was high enough?
Well, that's what I ended up doing.
Okay.
In December.
So let's now turn to another email. Does Manoj respond to you at some point here in P31? And we can go through it. It looks like on P31, you may have set up a call with Mr. Badali. Is that correct?
I don't see it, but could be yes.
Okay. Yeah, there's reference to 6 a.m. EST works on SM 313.
Oh, yes, I see that.
Okay. And then above that, at the very top on SM 312 of P31, I see an email, it's kind of on the bottom of 311 as well, from you to Mr. Badali and others. And you're putting out some next steps and other information. Is that a summary of something?
It was a summary of, I believe, the conversation that him and I had.
Okay. And so here you're saying if we decide to sell, You're giving details of what you required to know to decide to sell?
Correct.
Okay. And if we turn to SM 311 of Exhibit 31, does Mr. Manoj give you information about that particular team, the Titans you were inquiring about?
He did, and he confirmed that it's not gonna go, it's not gonna sell, and he's not looking to sell his shares either.
When you say not looking to sell his shares, what?
Or Royals, or sell Rajasthan Royals.
So you were being told in July of 2024, he was not listing it or marketing it?
I believe it was August. It was on the first page I saw that.
Got
Yes.
it. So this email from Manoj is July 30th, and then we go back to the first page and we're looking at August 2nd for your email. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And so at this point, I see based on the information you provided, no immediate sale of the Titan team, and that you don't plan to sell Royals in the coming years. In good faith, we'll move forward with selling. So why sell based on those two factors?
Because those were critical, because if Gujarat would have sold, the price will be much higher. And if Royals, he was planning to sell Royals, the price will be much higher.
Okay. And was your reasoning for your decision to change your mind on selling at this point, so from going to sell to not to sell, communicated with your other directors?
So our relationship at that point has started to, I will say we were not close friends. Cal and I were friends. Like I trusted him. I treated him as a brother, and Mihir was a friend as well. And so it was important for me to preserve the relationship. And because where we were with the Royals, we had zero trust left in Manoj Badale to do anything.
And by we, you're referring to who?
Myself on this, and my wife, but myself.
And do you still trust Cal today? Sorry to put you on the spot, but.
I do, which is the weirdest thing because yeah.
And why, after all what we're here for today and what's happened, we're going to get to in a moment in 2025?
I believe he's a high integrity guy. And what happened last year in the Second Amendment signing, the Third Amendment signing, and then the reference of we can cancel the deal, that was not possible to cancel the deal because of the call option that was signed. That was signed, and the other counsel that brought this up earlier, that I had an option to pull out. The option I was given, I was not given an option.
Well, let's back up though. I'm trying to figure out the trust.
This is important for me because I didn't want to file this lawsuit originally, because my relationship with Cal was important to me. My team, my wife, everybody else kind of saw through what happened, and I was too emotionally attached that it was very tough for me to kind of do this. And when the number one, the consent, my ability to say no was taken away. Now, whether it was done maliciously or intentionally, I'm not going to speculate that. I was trying to preserve the relationship with Cal, but every time I will say something, it will backfire. And when they said we can cancel the deal, and I said no, our attorneys, Field Fisher, we had hired Field Fisher in UK, are telling us if you cancel the deal, Manoj will hold me
by who?
Personally, forgot code of conduct or something, breach of that, and he could, because the call option was signed, and if I pull out, that he will hold me accountable for that.
And could that have impacted all of Royals?
It would have impacted all my shares. And knowing Manoj Badale, I had zero trust, and I knew he would do that. The second part of that, during the time, and I'll get back to your question, during the time that was going on was Cal kept threatening me to give the waiver of preemption to Manoj Badale. And that was very important to me. And again, this is an important question you asked about the trust is, I didn't think Cal understood the math behind the preemption because we had hired Field Fisher, we had hired an attorney in US, and we had hired Steve Quinn, who was the old CFO, to help us figure out the numbers. All three of them came to numbers like 2 million close to each other. And my share impact was 40 million at that time. Cal was, I think, 5 million or 3 million, and Mir was 3 million or 5 million. And Cal was like, this number is too small for me. I'm not going to move forward. Plus, your number is not right. So when you ask the question of trust, I definitely believe the trust was broken. And I don't know if Cal understood what was really going on because it was so many things going on during that time that it was a mess. Like, yeah.
So you served on other boards, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And is it your understanding from what you observed, and we'll get into this time frame more, in the May to July timeframe, was Cal putting the interest of all shareholders ahead of his own?
Objection, speculation. Is he just testifying to the state of mind of another witness?
Yeah, I'm going to overrule the objection. I'm not going to take it for testimony of his state of mind, but he can describe what he heard and saw.
So what did you see? What did you see and hear? And we'll get into the documents in a moment. With you said "I" as one of the words. It's too small for me.
So there's emails from Cal where Cal says, one, my share number on the preemption is incorrect. It's not 40 million. It's 300,000 or 400,000. Second, even if Cal has a $5 million or $7 million impact, Cal's not interested in that because he does not want to file a lawsuit because his interest is to buy this team or another team. And if he's in a lawsuit, he will not be able to buy the team.
And at this time, besides the three of you, you had other shareholders in Royals US.
We did.
Okay. Now, and I'll circle back to when we were on then. This brings us back to D37. And did I move for the admission? I did. Yes. Okay. So D37.
Mind if I just have some water?
Oh, yes. Go ahead.
And we'll take a recess in about 5.
Okay. So I'm going to call your attention to the 5th paragraph down on D37-1. And you were talking a moment ago about what you were being told.
Correct. So it says whether I'm going to move forward or not, but need to renegotiate the terms, which is renegotiate the price. Because this is a week or 2 weeks after we found out that RCB is going to sell, and they're listing it to sell, and it will be around $2 billion.
Right, and let's pull up the "for my part" paragraph, which is the third from the bottom of D37. Now, I think you talked about this in passing, but is this what you were referencing when you were discussing Mr. Samani talking about wanting to protect his interests?
Correct.
And at this time, had, in your knowledge, Mr. Samani put the opportunity to acquire the Rajasthan Royals before Royals US?
He had not.
Had you, to your recollection, had you seen how actively he was working on this acquisition prior to this June 13th, 2025 email?
He had mentioned after this and around this time that he is talking to people.
Around the same time?
Right. And again, MSD is a close friend of Cal. And he said there his interest is to buy. But both Cal and I, and I remember laughing, is like, Manoj will never sell to you because how much Manoj hates Cal, right? Which was the joke at that time.
Now, to your knowledge, did Mr. Samani ever formally present to the board of Royals US the opportunity to acquire the Rajasthan Royals before he pursued it himself?
No.
How about to the shareholders?
No.
Did you ever provide a written consent for Mr. Samani to pursue this opportunity?
No. And I did find out after my shares were sold that Cal Samani had conversations with Manoj Badali about buying this.
And
Action hearsay,
I'm sorry, the objection is
double hearsay.
sustained.
all right, so you have an understanding from that Mr. Samani is acquiring the Rajasthan Royals, correct?
Correct.
And your understanding is, I'm
Well,
trying,
let's hear what the next question is.
and your understanding is based off information you received from someone involved in the transaction?
I read recently in the news that happened.
All right, so let me stop you and make the objection.
Action hearsay.
Sustain, the answer is stricken.
Your Honor, I would ask that you could take judicial notice of some of the articles that are out there
I
about,
take judicial notice of news articles as facts.
and I would ask if we could at least have him testify about what he's heard from some insiders, given it's a preliminary injunction hearing and we haven't had the
I
opportunity.
guess it depends on the purpose for which you're offering it. If you're offering the information he's heard through the rumor mill as proof of a breach of fiduciary duty, then I'm not going to allow it. What other purpose is it for?
It would be, Your Honor, to get at least the number of 1.63 billion in the record. I could try to get it through Mr. Samani today as well, but it's just to make it clear so we can show how drastic the value increased in the time and why he would want to change his mind on the.
Well, I don't know that there's going to be any dispute about the amount of the pending sale or that it's in that range.
All right, that's fine, Your Honor.
I guess I'd also remind you that to the extent you're arguing based on that provision in the stockholders agreement, that's got to be made in Delaware. Am I right about that?
Correct. I'm just doing it to counter a defense that's being raised as to usurping a corporate opportunity. There's been an allegation that Mr. Mayo and Mrs. Mayo have took opportunities way back in 2020, 2021, and they're using that to show unclean hands. We're trying to sort of counter the unclean hands argument, saying the one with unclean hands is really the other side in this case.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying.
Okay. It may not.
Right.
Yeah. Okay.
All right, next question.
All right. Now.
Actually, you know what? Let's take our break.
Okay.
Yeah.
That works, Your Honor.
It's 10:26. We'll see you in 15 minutes.
Bosch. Okay, they supply the radar. Well, Siemens had companies like Mercedes all over the world and companies like Bosch all over the world. And so they could work with them together and come up with, let's say, sample algorithms, sample sensors, etc. And they would be roughly what the industry is using.
Gotcha. Okay. Okay. Let's move on to your employment. Your history of employment. Ted, can you move to the next slide? Thank you. Okay. And I'm going to go through some of them quickly, and then I'm going to spend a little time on ones that I think are more pertinent to why you're here today. When you first began working, I think you said you were working for a non-automotive, under a non-automotive environment. That was Fairchild Communications?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I'm just going to skip past that. Not that it wasn't important to you.
It's okay.
I just want to keep us moving along. Okay. So, my understanding is that in 1990, was that pretty much your first entry into the automotive field?
Yes, I would like to go back to the 85.
I was afraid you would. No, I didn't mean to belittle it. Please go ahead. Go ahead.
So from 85 to 90, I worked for an organization called IRAM. And they were a very cutting edge. Everybody there was either a master's degree like myself or PhDs. And most of our work was for the USA, the Defense Department. And for example, I had top secret clearance there, and I was working on radar systems that were having cameras fly around the world, and using radar, you could look at the ground. And so what our system was really unique at is the Soviet Union at the time was cloudy most of the time. So if you had satellites and you look down, you just see the clouds. Well, because we had radar, radar's not affected by the clouds. So we could make an image down there. And if the Soviet Union was moving nuclear warheads or whatever, you could see it. And so that was the system I was working on. And I worked on all of the algorithms based on doing that process.
What does that mean? Worked on the
Okay,
algorithm.
great question. So a radar, and maybe we didn't explain it in the first day and a half or whatever, but a radar is kind of simple in big picture. It's just a device that shoots out a microwave signal, the same type of signal you got when you heat up your meal or whatever. It shoots it out, and it's got an antenna that does that. It shoots it out, and then it hits all the stuff out there, and it comes back. So what you have to do when it comes back is figure out what did it hit. So that's an algorithm that is going to do that. So I was part of the team at this job doing the algorithm that would take the signal back and figure out what's in it.
Okay. So let's now go to Takata.
Okay.
It started out as Automotive Systems Lab.
Yeah, it was fully owned by Takata.
Okay.
It was their R&D facility.
All right. And you worked there for, looks like, close to 3-4 years?
4 years, yeah.
And big picture, what were the things you were working on there that related to
airbags by far number one, because right at 1990 is when the U.S. government, NHTSA, National Highway Transportation Safety Administration, said, hey, we're going to start putting, you got your choice back then about the silly seat belt when you shut the door and the seat belt, remember that horrible thing, or airbags. So everyone chose airbags. So everyone was working on airbags. So of course we did that. But then there was other things we were working on. Some of it was cameras and radar, really long range in 1990-ish. But soon we found out airbags were maybe having a problem. So then we had to do things with, hey, is there a kid in the seat? And let's do all those sensors. They're all in cars now. So my group, and I was running the group, did all of that.
Okay, that's a big picture, and I'm just trying to understand a little bit more about it. How and this is for about 4 years.
Yes.
Are you working with, is it just Takata, or you're working with OEMs, car manufacturers too?
So again, I focus my energy on airbags because my background was in school and the previous jobs, like I talked about that top secret one. I'm an algorithm guy. I know how to write algorithms. I've schooled in it. I've done it. And I focused on writing the best airbag algorithm. So in that time frame, you were just wanted to deploy the bag or not and do it correctly. So I focused on that myself personally. So I had a team of about 10 people. I let them do some of the other stuff, and I and maybe a guy or two right-hand person helped me do airbag algorithms.
Okay, but then the algorithms are, I guess, the way you define what you want to do or what you want the product to do.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I assume you don't do that in a vacuum. I mean, do you then get involved with other members of your teams in the company to then actually see what happens?
Tremendous question that I forgot to answer what your real question was.
That's
sorry.
okay. That's okay.
Yeah. So the algorithm is part of this package that you deliver, and whether we're talking about this case and those algorithms, or in those cases where you have a G sensor and algorithms to fire the airbag, go in a package that then could deploy the airbag or not. Well, that's what you do inside your company. Okay. So that's what we did inside this company, but then we have to sell it to car companies. So of course since I know the whole thing, I would constantly go to all of the OEMs and present our technology to them. I would do it, even though I was the one also. It's rare, I guess, that somebody would develop it and present it generally. But in my case, they felt comfortable with me doing both.
Okay. So so part of your work was then to interact with the various original manufacturing equipment companies, the car manufacturers, dealing with airbag development and the safety of airbags.
That's correct.
Okay. And ultimately, during that time period, were airbag systems that you were working on with the algorithms that you developed included in motor vehicles on the roads?
Yes, like there was one or two in that time frame.
Okay. All right. Well, then let's move on.
Okay.
To a little bit further on. And now we're into, there's a period 1992 to 96. What, and it's artistic analytical methods. What is that? What was that company?
So I named it that because it was my company.
Okay.
So I formed my company and I went to my boss and said, look, I want to form my own company. Is this okay? This is my boss at Automotive Systems Lab, Takata. And he said, sure, form your own company. So I did so I had sort of two jobs at that point.
Okay.
And what it turned out was algorithms. When I got into the auto industry and I would talk to other engineers and they'd say, what do you do? And I'd say, well, I work on algorithms. And other engineers would go, what's that? They didn't know. This is early 90s, right? Like probably everybody on the jury and in this room knows what an algorithm is now, or sort of. And back then, nobody knew. But it was obvious that algorithms were really going to start happening in the auto industry. So I said, I'm going to form my own company on this. So I formed the very first company for automotive algorithms, and I named it Artistic Analytical Methods. And maybe when we talk about what an algorithm is, I'll describe why I named it that.
Okay. All right. So you had that business of your own for about 3 or 4 years. And like, what were you doing? I mean, at that time period.
So what happened was Delco, which was a big supplier. So like Bosch, okay? Delco, I think they're now named, did they keep the name Aptiv? Yes, they did keep the name Aptiv. They're now named Aptiv. Anyways, they were a big supplier. So competitor of the company I was at, Takata, they came to me and said, we need an algorithm. We'll set you up. You can keep the algorithm, but we get it too. And they hired me. So I left Takata and did 100% my own company at that point.
Okay. And was Delco somehow associated with particular car manufacturers?
At that point, I always forget the year, but I think they were still owned by GM.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So then we go to the next major employment, 96 to 2005 with Breed Technology. Tell us about that generally, big picture.
Sure. Breed Technologies was another supplier. So you got Bosch, you got Delco, you got Breed. Okay. Breed was supplying airbags and also sensors, but they didn't really have algorithms. And so I met the two owners of Breed, Alan and Johnny Breed, and they said, hey, we're interested in purchasing your company. Of course, that meant me too and my people that I had. And so we all got bought by Breed Technologies.
Okay. And what did you do generally for Breed? It says electronics R&D as general manager. What were you doing?
So very similar to what I did at Takata, which was I had a group and we would, sign different people on different things. Like one thing was looking at radar. Radar had just started to come out in 2000, for example, on trucks. So we had purchased that unit. It was called a VORAD, and we were testing it in the lab and all of that. And I still remained the algorithm guy for airbags. So airbags were really propagating in that time period because before that, slightly before, airbags were sort of killing kids, right? So the industry was like, hey, we got to solve this. So I was right in the middle of that. And again, my skill set is algorithms to do that. So I did.
Okay. So, but explain just generally, and I want to move on. I don't want to dwell on this, but what can you do? I mean, that was a horrible time when we all knew about that in the news. How were you involved in dealing with that issue?
So what happened, I think it's best to summarize what happened with the kids that were killed.
Okay.
So there was, I think it was 4 or 5 reasons, and I'll try to name the reasons. The first thing was that the crash was not that big, right? Because if it's a big crash, you don't know if it's the car in the crash or the airbag, right? If it's a small crash and somebody gets hurt or killed, You know it was the airbag's fault. So that's first. You have to have a small crash. Second, almost every time was a braking before. So what would happen is, parent is driving their kid around and the kid's in the seat, brake before, and the kid would come forward, then the accident and the airbag would hit them and do, not good things. The airbag itself was coming out really fast, the speed of it coming out. So that's 3. Then 4, the algorithms that would deploy the airbag, and this was me, I didn't do this. I'm saying the problem, they were coming out late. So now you got the kid who's here after the braking, you got this big powerful thing, but it doesn't come out yet. So he gets even closer and then the bag comes out. And so that algorithm part was like, that's what I did, that piece.
Okay, so in order to do that, what did you have to piece together in order to figure out a way to change the programming to minimize this risk?
Okay, so when you write an algorithm, you take the available sensors, and in that case, you had 1 or 2 up front and 1 in the passenger compartment. So you would fuse those sensors. The term fusion, think of it like most of my family's hospitality being Greek, of course, but so there's a fusion. You could go to a fusion restaurant, and it's sort of like a little bit of Asian here and a little bit of European and all that. It's the same thing when you're talking about sensors. I got a sensor there and I got a sensor there, and I want to fuse them together. That's where the term comes from. It's basically multiple sensors. So you take these multiple sensors, okay, and in this airbag case, you had multiple sensors, and you have to figure out a way that you can deploy the bag in the right time, because that's really important, as we just talked about, not when you don't want to. You don't want to deploy when you don't want, because airbags could do harm. If you're deploying them when you don't need to, you don't want to do that. And so that was the point, is to come up with that fusion algorithm that could do all of that. There's a lot to do there.
Okay. So let's move on. From Breed.
If I could do one more thing, I forgot.
Of course, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I forgot, because I keep talking about the algorithm, and we'll get again to that. It's really math. But in the process of, in this airbag time that I was in there, you have this math, you have to put it inside the car. So it has to go into a microprocessor. Okay, so you come up with this fancy algorithm or whatever, you have to fit it into this microprocessor. So much of my job was, hey, it's not fitting in this chip. What do I do? Oh, wait, I got to write it different, right? So I had to change it. So that was a big part of my job, is to know how to fit algorithms into chips.
Okay, is the word chip and the phrase microprocessor the same thing?
Yeah.
Okay. I never get
Us
that.
geeks, we love to confuse people, I think.
Okay, that's fine, because we're going to talk a lot more about that. So I just wanted to clarify that. Okay, so then it looks like when you left Breed, you went out on your own again.
That is correct.
Okay.
Yes.
For about, looks like 7 or 8 years, you did TG Consulting.
Yes.
Now, who were you consulting with? Who were your clients?
It was OEMs and suppliers. They hired me.
Okay. And was it involving the same types of work, dealing with automotive safety?
But it was for intellectual property. So I'll use this case as people, a Mercedes or a Bosch would hire me because they were getting sued by somebody saying you stole my system, and I would back up a Mercedes or Bosch.
Oh, okay.
They know that you didn't steal that. They were wrong. You didn't steal that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So did you go to court in any of those cases?
No, just depositions.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right. All right. So
this was my first trial.
I know. All right, let's go on to the next slide. Okay, next slide.
Try not to one.
Okay. All right, now we're going to talk about the decade at Simmons. Okay, Simmons AG. And I think you did mention this originally. How is it that you got to work for this organization?
So this organization was originally TAS International, okay? And Siemens purchased all of TAS International in 2018. You can see I started in 2013. So 5 years I was working for TAS International. Siemens purchased them, and the next 5 years I worked for Siemens. I'm calling that Siemens just because, you know, the purchase. So what happened with TAS International is many of the people in that organization was a safety organization. They are a TAS International, and to this day, they are a Euro NCAP test site. So if you're in Europe and you want to sell a car, you go to a Euro NCAP test site and they test you. And then you get a star rating, okay? TAS International, to this day, is one of those. So they had that testing, they had simulation tools, they had it all to do with safety. I knew the people in TAS International, and they were looking for somebody to run their North American group. And at that point, I said, I think I'll do this. So that's why I joined TAS.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now this is this still working? When you first got in with TAS, were you still working with airbags, or were you moving on to autonomous vehicle systems?
So both.
Okay.
So TAS International is a safety only the test facility exists under that name. Now the rest is Siemens. They had airbag stuff, they had advanced stuff, and they were cutting edge of both. And so I came in and I knew both. Even though I spent most of my early career in airbags, I was still working on stuff for active safety, which then became ADAS. And they had both and knew that I knew both. So that's why they hired me.
Okay. Give us an overview, and then I'll ask you some specific questions about your work at TAS/Siemens related to advanced driving assistance systems.
Sure. So they had a simulation tool, still do, called Prescan. And so that was the very first tool in the space. They developed the very first tool. So we talked about this a little earlier. I said, simulation, you should do like 99% of what you do. You just simulate. Why do you want to go to a test facility or send out cars and maybe hurt people or whatever? You simulate. So they had the very first one called Prescan. So my job was to understand it and sell it. But because of my skill set, they relied on me to direct them how to change the simulation tool. I would go to customers and say, what do you need? And they would, we'd talk about it. And of course I knew all the stuff. So they'd tell me, and then I would break that down for my group in the Netherlands and say, look, my customers are demanding this and it makes sense because that's what they're saying. So let's make our next release of the simulation line up with what they want.
Well, when you say, what do they need? Can you give me some example? Can you give us some examples? Because we're going to be talking here about the forward collision warning stuff, the emergency braking, automatic emergency braking stuff, turning. We're going to be talking about all these different things. How does that fit in with your experiences at TAS and Siemens?
Yeah, so I mean, it's a lot there, right? Let's use something that we already talked about. Maybe that's easier. You brought up a paper that I wrote called Critical Scenarios. I don't remember the rest of the words. It was a lot, right? So customers were like, we can't find what critical scenarios are. Can you help us? So I worked with our guys and said, can we do this? And so together we figured out a way to do that. I would then explain it to our customers, our solution, and use Prescan and then some other Siemens products you had to use as well to do it.
Okay, so when you talk about, for instance, under this heading, you have performance of active safety algorithms and systems. And then you talk about things like your knowledge of the active safety and passive safety. Why don't we define that first?
Yes.
What's the difference between, in an automotive field of engineering, between an active system and a passive system?
Pretty much take the time that a crash happens. Okay, so a crash happens. A passive system is what you do after. Okay, so that's passive. So that would be airbags. They happen after the crash. Seatbelts are on you, but they really tighten and everything after the crash. What else? Sometimes not sometimes, almost all the times with the seatbelt, if a crash happens, a pretensioner is fired. So tension, so you stay in place. Those are after the crash. So that's passive safety. okay? Active safety is before the crash. Let's try to not make it happen. Okay. Yeah.
Okay. Now, at Simmons, over this time period as the director of the portfolio, were you involved with various, both automotive manufacturers and suppliers? You know, you mentioned Bosch, but different suppliers of various components of the things that we call forward collision warnings, automatic emergency braking. How did you interrelate with those companies?
I think I'm correct in saying this, and I could miss by one or maybe two. I doubt it. Every single OEM who had an office in the US, which is pretty much everybody in the world, and or tier one suppliers, so that would be the Bosches and the Dalcos, I met with them all the time. And many of them, I got to use the product. So every single buddy in the industry working on automatic emergency braking, forward collision warning, lane keep assist. I mean, you could go through the technologies. For this case, it's more automatic emergency braking with pedestrian and forward collision warning.
So did you, as part of your work at Simmons, get involved either directly or indirectly because of what you guys were doing at Simmons in the design process of these semi-autonomous systems?
Most of what I did technology-wise, okay,
Yes.
is I was, because I did this for airbag algorithms, I was able to assist my customers in ways to measure how good you are. So for example, a little bit complex what I'm going to explain. I hope I make it simpler.
Okay.
You have to measure how good you do, right? You can't just say, oh, I got a good algorithm, I'll just release it. No, you have to measure it, okay? You have to figure out how good it is. So the way you do that is with something called a safety metric. Okay, sorry for confusing words. But that actually measures how good the algorithm does. So I did that long ago with airbags, and I brought it into the auto industry from the defense industry, which they had been doing it for a long time. And I
All right.
Thank you. Please be seated. Teams, okay. The same one that was going to appear in person? Oh, okay.
Good morning. This is the time for the 11 a.m. calendar and initial appearance court on March 25th, 2026. The court's orders for the taking of DNA and fingerprints made on the first calendar of this month will apply to all hearings on this calendar. Before I begin, I am going to read the victim's rights advisement. If you are the victim of a crime with a case pending before this court, you are advised that you have rights under Arizona law that, among others, include the right to be treated with fairness, respect, and dignity, to a speedy trial, to include the right to be treated with fairness, including the right to be present at court proceedings, choose whether or not to be interviewed by the defendant or the defendant's attorney, to be heard before the court makes a decision on release, negotiation of a plea, scheduling and sentencing, and to receive restitution from a person who is convicted of causing you loss. If you have not already been provided with a written statement of all victims' rights, please contact the Victim Services Division of the Prosecutor's Office. I will call each of you up to the podium one at a time. Please listen for your name. I'm then going to announce whoever is up next. Please sit in the chair that's right outside the courtroom. I'll let you know what you've been arrested for, what your next court dates are, and any release conditions that I am ordering today. Let's begin with Garion Brown to the podium and Emmanuel Anyamaynor to the chair, please.
That's fine.
Good morning. May I have your name and date of birth?
Garion Brown, 020789.
Thank you. We are here today on a Superior Court new case. You were arrested on allegations of aggravated assault, Class 4 felony, possession of a weapon by a prohibited person, Class 4 felony, and theft, control of stolen property, Class 4 felony. I will find probable causes to these allegations, and I will appoint you an attorney. I am setting a status conference on March 31st at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing on April 2nd at 8:30, both in the downtown Superior Court. I am going to issue a secured bond today in the amount of $25,000. That does mean you can use a bonding company. If you do post bond, I'm also ordering that you not return to the scene of any alleged crime, no contact with any alleged victims, complainants, or witnesses, no possessing any weapons, drugs, or alcohol, and you must contact your probation officer within 72 hours of your release. All that information is going to be in your paperwork. Do you have any questions?
Yes, where the crime happened at, that's my house, and the lady doesn't stay there.
Let me take a look. So when you say the lady doesn't stay there, she doesn't reside there at all?
No.
Okay. So I will remove the requirement that you're not allowed to return to the scene of any alleged crime. However, I am still stating and ordering as a part of my orders today that you cannot have contact with the listed victim. If the listed victim goes to that residence or is already at that residence, if you are to be released, you cannot stay at that same location. You have to find somewhere else to go. Any other questions?
No.
Okay. Go ahead and take a seat to your left. I have to reprint your paperwork, and they'll bring it to you shortly.
Okay, so I need to know how much the bond is.
It's $25,000.
So what I'll need, like,
if you go through a bonding company, typically they require 10% plus collateral, so that would be $2,500 plus collateral. Emmanuel Anyamaynor to the podium, and Kenyon Wade to the chair, please. Good morning. May I have your name and date of birth?
Emmanuel Anyamaynor, July 4th, 1993.
Thank you, and I apologize if I mispronounced your name. That was not my intention. We are here today on a Superior Court new case. You were arrested on allegations of aggravated assault, domestic violence, impeding breathing, which is a Class 4 felony, and disorderly conduct, Class 1 misdemeanor. I will find probable cause, and I will appoint you an attorney. I am setting a status conference on March 31st at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing on April 2nd at 8:30, both in the downtown Superior Court. I am going to issue a secured bond today in the amount of $25,000. If you do post bond, I'm also ordering that pretrial services supervises you in the community and that they install an ankle monitor on you prior to your release. I'm also ordering that you not have contact with any alleged victim, complainant, or witness, that you not return to the scene of any alleged crime, no possessing any weapons, drugs, or alcohol, and you must obey any terms of any order of protection or order against harassment that has been or will be issued. Finally, I am ordering that you may not reside at the same location as any listed victim. If you do share a common residence, you must find an alternative place to stay and bring proof to your next court date. All that information is going to be in your paperwork. Do you have any questions?
Yes, Your Honor. Regarding the bond, Your Honor, I'm on full time now and I'm working. Is there a way I can get a limit?
limited?
So not for today's purposes. I am ordering that bond because I have to consider about 15 different factors when setting release conditions. What I'm mostly concerned about, the allegations against you today, are that you allegedly had put your hands on the victim's neck and squeezed, including a period of losing consciousness. The allegations are just allegations today. They have not been proven, but I do have to consider the nature of those allegations when setting conditions, and I do have some pretty severe concerns about the danger to the victim if I were to let you out on lesser means.
Okay, sorry, you're going so fast.
I apologize, I talk fast, that's not my intention. So I'm concerned with the safety of the victim today. The allegations as they were presented to me are very, very serious. So if I were to let you out on a lower bond, I would still have very serious concerns for the victim's safety. So I'm not going to lower that bond amount today. But I am going to appoint you an attorney. You can talk with your attorney, and your attorney can ask for a modification of my orders, but that'll be up to your next judge.
Okay, doesn't mean I need to stay here, Your Honor?
That means you will stay in custody unless you post that bond, correct?
How much is the total for the bond, Your Honor?
It's $25,000.
$25,000.
If you go through a bonding company, they typically require 10% plus collateral. You'll get more information on the bonding process when you get taken over to processing.
Okay, so when I put that bond down, and Your Honor, secondly, you said I gotta concede carry, and then I have my arm at my house.
So I'm ordering that you do not possess any weapons.
Do I need to turn it over to the cop or something?
Correct, yes.
It's not in my possession. Do I need to turn it over to the backup police?
They'll give you more information when you're being processed about what to do with your weapons, but I'm ordering that you not possess weapons as a part of this case.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay.
Okay, grab your paperwork to your left and have a seat.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Kenyon Wade to the podium and Shane Rowe to the chair, please. Good morning. May I have your name and date of birth?
Kenyon Wade, 12/26/86.
Thank you. We are here today on the Superior Court new case. You were arrested on allegations of 8 counts of burglary, Class 4 felonies, and 2 counts of criminal damage, Class 4 felonies. I will find probable causes to these allegations, and I will appoint you an attorney. I am setting a status conference on March 31st at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing on April 2nd at 8:30, both in the downtown Superior Court. I am going to issue a secured bond today in the amount of $25,000. If you do post bond, I am ordering that you not return to the scene of any alleged crime, no contact with any listed victim, complainant, or witness, no weapons, and no drugs without a valid prescription. All that's going to be in your paperwork. Do you have any questions?
No, sir.
Okay, grab your paperwork to your left and have a seat. Oh, okay, that's fine. Because that's on 28, right? We have Mr. Rowe to the podium, and then Timothy Davis to the chair, please.
Your Honor.
Yes.
Mr. Davis is still attending Phoenix Court.
Okay, we'll move him to the end at this point.
Yes, sir.
We'll have Axel Mitchell to the chair, please. Good morning. May I have your name and date of birth?
Shane Rowe, 6/25/07.
Thank you. We are here today on a Superior Court new case. You were arrested on allegations of 4 counts of theft of means of transportation, 1 count of theft, control of stolen property, Class 3 felony, and 1 count of criminal damage, Class 5 felony. The theft of means of transportation allegations were all booked under different subsections, but they are all Class 3 felonies. I am only finding probable cause as to the theft, the criminal damage, and 1 of the counts of theft of means of transportation, not the other 3. That's not because information wasn't provided to the court. I did review all information from the arresting agency, but some of the subsections that you were booked on do not apply to these allegations today. I am appointing you an attorney, so talk with your attorney about what that means moving forward. Okay. I am going to set a status conference on March 31st at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing on April 2nd at 8:30, both in the downtown Superior Court. I believe we have victims in the gallery today. You do have the right to say something if you'd like to. I did so, sir. Go ahead and just look right here, okay? If you'd like to say something, you can. I did receive a note that I think you no longer want to say something, but if you want to, you can.
Judge.
Okay, thank you. I am going to set a secured bond today in the amount of $5,000. If you do post bond, you can be released, but I am also ordering as a part of your case that you are not to have contact with any listed victim. That includes both direct and indirect contact or through third parties or social media. Absolutely 0 contact with the listed victim in this case. I'm also ordering that you not possess any weapons, no drugs without a valid prescription, and no driving without a valid driver's license. Based on the allegations, it's possible your license has been suspended, so check with the MVD before you get behind the wheel of any vehicle. All this information will be in your paperwork. Do you have any questions?
No.
Okay. Anything else from our victims? All right. Go ahead and grab your paperwork to your left and have a seat. And for our victim who's in the gallery, you can feel free to stick around if you'd like, or you can be dismissed at any time. It's up to you. Axel Mitchell to the podium, and Luke Heffron to the chair, please. Good morning. May I have your name and date of birth?
Axel Mitchell, 22508.
Thank you. We are here today on a Superior Court new case. You were arrested on allegations of aggravated assault using a simulated deadly weapon, which is a Class 3 felony. I will find probable cause and I will appoint you an attorney. I am setting a status conference on March 31st at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing on April 2nd at 8:30, both in the downtown Superior Court. I am going to issue a secured bond today in the amount of $5,000. If you do post bond, I am also ordering pretrial services supervision and an electronic monitor to be installed prior to your release. I'm also ordering that you not have contact with any illicit victim, complainant, or witness, no weapons, drugs, or alcohol, and you may only return to your group home if you are permitted to do so. If the group home is allowing you to continue to reside at that location, you may return. But if you are no longer able to reside at that group home, you are prohibited from returning to that location or having any contact with any residents or employees of that group home. All that information will be in your paperwork. Do you have any questions?
No.
Okay, grab your paperwork to your left and have a seat. Luke Heffron to the podium and Juan Melendez to the chair, please. Good morning. May I have your name and date of birth?
Good morning, sir. Luke Heffron, 06/25/1995.
Thank you. We are here today on a Superior Court new case. You were arrested on allegations of aggravated assault, which is a Class 4 felony. I will find probable cause and I will appoint you an attorney. I am setting a status conference on March 31st at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing on April 2nd at 8:30, both in the downtown Superior Court. I am going to issue a secured bond today in the amount of $5,000. If you do post bond, I'm also ordering that pretrial services supervises you in the community and that they install an ankle monitor on you prior to your release. I'm also ordering that you not return to the scene of any alleged crime, no contact with any victim, complainant, or witness, no possessing any weapons, drugs, or alcohol, and you must obey any terms of any order of protection or order against harassment that has been or will be issued. Finally, I am ordering that you may not reside at the same location as any listed victim. If you do share a common residence, you must find an alternative place to stay and bring proof to your next court date. All of that information will be in your paperwork. Do you have any questions?
No, sir.
Okay, grab your paperwork to your left and have a seat. Juan Melendez to the podium and Bianca Sims to the chair, please. Good morning. May I have your name and date of birth?
Juan Melendez, 11/5/1993.
Thank you. We are here today on two different cases, a Superior Court new case, as well as a Justice Court warrant out of the Maryvale Justice Court. On the Justice Court case, it is a case involving driving with a suspended license. On your new case, you were arrested on allegations of aggravated driving under the influence, Class 4 felony, aggravated driving under the influence, your third DUI, Class 4 felony, and disobeying or resisting an order mandated of the court, Class 1 misdemeanor. I will find probable causes to those allegations, and I am going to appoint you an attorney on both of these cases. I am setting a status conference on March 31st at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing on April 2nd at 8:30. Those will both be in the downtown Superior Court. And I am setting an arraignment hearing in the Maryvale Justice Court on March 30th at 8:30. Those are at different locations, so pay attention in your paperwork which court is on which day. I am going to issue a secured bond in the amount of $500 on your Justice Court case, and I am setting a secured bond in the amount of $2,500 on your new Superior Court case. That's a total bond of $3,000. If you do post bond, I am ordering that you not possess any drugs without a valid prescription, no possessing or consuming any alcohol, and you are not to drive any motor vehicle until further order of this court. All that information is going to be in your paperwork. Do you have any questions? Okay, grab your paperwork to your left and have a seat.
Am I allowed to pay my own bond?
So come back to the podium.
Can I pay my own bond?
You can't pay your own bond, correct. Or you can go through a bonding company. They'll give you information on that at the next step. Bianca Sims to the podium. And John Abarca to the chair, please. Good morning. May I have your name and date of birth?
Bianca Sims, 926-90.
Thank you. We are here today on 3 different cases, a Superior Court new case, and then 2 probation violation warrants for violating terms 3 and 5. I will appoint you an attorney on all 3 of these cases. On your new case, you were arrested on allegations of narcotic drug possession, Class 4 felony, and drug paraphernalia, Class 6 felony. I will find probable causes to those allegations. I am going to set a status conference on March 31st at 8:30, a preliminary hearing on April 2nd at 8:30, and a probation revocation arraignment hearing on April 1st at 8:30. All of those will be in the downtown Superior Court. I am going to issue a secured bond in the amount of $500 on each of the 3 cases, so that's $1,500 total. If you do post bond, I am ordering that you not possess any weapons, drugs, or alcohol, and you must contact your assigned probation officer within 72 hours of your release. If you don't have your assigned probation officer's number, the general number for probation will be in your paperwork. All of that information I just went over with you will be in your paperwork. Do you have any questions?
No.
Okay, grab your paperwork to your left and then John Abarca to the podium, and Shasta Cervantes to the chair, please. Good morning. May I have your name and date of birth?
John David Abarca, III, January 2nd, 1984.
Thank you. We are here today on 2 different cases, a Superior Court new case, and then a probation violation warrant for violating term 1 of your probation. I will appoint you an attorney on both of these cases. On the new case, you were arrested on allegations of dangerous drug possession, Class 4 felony, and drug paraphernalia, Class 6 felony. I will find probable causes to those allegations. I am setting a status conference on March 31st at 8:30, a preliminary hearing on April 2nd at 8:30, and a probation revocation arraignment hearing on April 1st at 8:30. All of that's going to be in the downtown Superior Court. I am going to issue a secured bond on both cases in the amount of $500, so you have a total bond of $1,000. If you do post bond, I am ordering that you not possess any weapons, drugs, or alcohol, and you must contact probation within 72 hours of your release. All that's going to be in your paperwork. Do you have any questions?
No, sir.
Okay, grab your paperwork to your left and have a seat. Shasta Cervantes to the podium, and Emma Stumpf to the chair, please. Good morning. May I have your name and date of birth?
Shasta Cervantes, April 11th, 1984.
Thank you. We are here today on a probation violation warrant for violating terms 3 and 5. I will appoint you an attorney to represent you in your case. I am setting a probation revocation arraignment hearing on April 1st at 8:30. That's in the downtown Superior Court. I am going to affirm the bond in the warrant. That's a $1,000 secured appearance bond. If you do post bond, I am going to order that you not possess any weapons, drugs, or alcohol, and you must contact probation within 72 hours of your release. All that's going to be in your paperwork. Do you have any questions?
No.
Okay, grab your paperwork to your left and have a seat. Thank you. Emma Stumpf to the podium, and Henry Hearn to the chair, please. Good morning. May I have your name and date of birth?
Emma Stumpf, November 4th, 1993.
Thank you. We are here today on a failure to appear bench warrant on a case involving dangerous drug possession, drug paraphernalia, and shoplifting. I will affirm the attorney that was already appointed to represent you in this case. I am setting a status conference on March 31st at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing on April 2nd at 8:30, both in the downtown Superior Court. I am going to affirm the bond in the warrant. It's a $500 secured appearance bond. If you do post bond, I am ordering that you not return to the scene of any alleged crime, no possessing any weapons, and no drugs without a valid prescription. All that information will be in your paperwork. Do you have any questions?
Yes, I just wanted to say that the reason why my failure to appear was because my paperwork was stolen in my bags because I'm homeless. And so my bags have been stolen, and I was in the middle of trying to file a motion to quash warrant because of that. So I just want to state that directly.
I appreciate that. Definitely bring that up with your attorney. Your attorney can ask for your release at the next hearing, so your attorney will likely want to know that information.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, grab your paperwork to your left and have a seat. Henry Hearn to the podium, and Andrew Sanchez to the chair, please. Good morning. May I have your name and date of birth?
Henry Leroy Hearn, 11/17/77.
Thank you. We are here today on a probation violation warrant for violating terms 3 and 5 of your probation. I will appoint you an attorney to represent you. I am setting a probation revocation arraignment hearing on April 1st at 8:30. That's in the downtown Superior Court. I am going to set a secured bond today in the amount of $250. If you do post bond, I am ordering that you not possess any weapons, drugs, or alcohol, and you must contact probation within 72 hours of your release. All of what I've gone over with you is going to be in your paperwork. Do you have any questions?
No.
Okay, grab your paperwork to your left and have a seat. Andrew Sanchez to the podium, and Michael Lujan to the chair, please.
Hold on. Yeah, keep on going on. Keep on that recording, okay?
Morning, Your Honor.
Good morning. May I have your name and date of birth?
Andrew Sanchez, July 13, 1996.
Thank you. We are here today on a Superior Court new case. You were arrested on allegations of theft, control of property, which is a Class 5 felony.
Okay.
I will find probable cause and I will appoint you an attorney. I am setting a status conference on April 9th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing on April 13th at 8:30, both in the downtown Superior Court. I am going to release you to the supervision of your probation officer on this case. So as a part of your release, I am ordering that you not have contact with any alleged victim, complainant, or witness, no possessing any weapons, drugs, or alcohol, and you must contact probation within 72 hours of your release. All that's going to be in your paperwork. Do you have any questions?
No, sir, I do have a meeting with my probation tomorrow morning at 11. Does that still just stand and go to that?
If it's still a meeting on your probation officer's calendar, then yes.
Okay.
The general number for probation, if you need it, will be in your paperwork, so
Yes,
feel
sir.
free to call your probation officer. I would highly suggest going to any meetings you have set up.
Absolutely. Am I being released today then, sir?
Yes, they will process you for release today.
Thank you so much, sir.
Grab your paperwork to your left and have a seat. Michael Lujan to the podium and Damian James to the chair, please. Good morning. May I have your name and date of birth?
Michael Lujan, 5376.
Thank you. We are here today on a Superior Court arrest warrant. You were charged with 1 count of narcotic drug possession, Class 4 felony, and 1 count of drug paraphernalia, Class 6 felony, from an incident in July of 2024. I will appoint you an attorney to represent you. I am setting a status conference on April 9th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing on April 13th at 8:30, both in the downtown Superior Court. I am going to release you today to the supervision of pretrial services. You will receive an envelope with your paperwork that has details on pretrial release. Make sure that you read through that. As a part of your release, I'm also ordering that you not possess any weapons, no drugs without a valid prescription, and no driving without a valid driver's license. All that's going to be in your paperwork. Do you have any questions?
Do I have another case?
So you have a case already open right now, so that's what you were arrested on. You don't have an additional case other than that one.
Okay.
Okay. Any other questions?
So I'll go home then.
I am going to release you today. Yep, they'll process you for release today.
I know I'm not supposed to take another, but when I got picked up, they said that I had 5 warrants.
Okay. So it's possible you have warrants out of other courts. This is your only Superior Court case. So I don't know if you have a holdout of any other like municipal courts or city courts, but if you do, they'll let you know more information about that after you get out of court today.
All right.
Okay, grab your paperwork to your left and have a seat. Damian James to the podium and Jonathan Ortiz to the chair, please. Good morning. May I have your name and date of birth?
Damian Cordell James, March 26, 2004.
Thank you. We are here today on a Superior Court new case. You were arrested on allegations of possession of a weapon by a prohibited person, which is a Class 4 felony. I will find probable cause and I will appoint you an attorney. I am setting a status conference on April 9th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing on April 13th at 8:30, both in the downtown Superior Court. I am going to release you today on your own recognizance. That's a promise to appear at your next court date. Now, I'm doing that mainly because in the Form 4, which is the document that I get from the arresting officers, it does look like you were cooperating when they took you aside and asked for the weapon. Because you were cooperating, I'm going to release you and allow you to be back in the community.
I appreciate it.
But the allegations against you are very serious.
Yeah, I was told.
So I don't want you to speak about the allegations because anything you say in court could be used against you.
Yeah, I know.
I am going to release you today, but as a part of my release orders, I am ordering that you not possess any weapons, no drugs without a valid prescription, and no contacting the arresting officers. Do you think you can follow those?
Yes, sir.
All right. Those will be in your paperwork. Did you have any other questions?
Not really.
Okay. Talk with your attorney if you do have anything further after today, okay?
Okay.
Okay, grab your paperwork to your left and have a seat. Jonathan Ortiz to the podium. And Nicholas Culp to the chair, please. Good morning. May I have your name and date of birth?
Jonathan Ortiz, December 4th, 2001.
Thank you. We are here today on 2 different Justice Court warrants, one out of the McDowell Mountain Justice Court for criminal trespassing, drug paraphernalia, and resisting arrest, and then one out of the Agua Fria Justice Court for criminal damage. I am going to set an arraignment hearing in the Agua Fria Justice Court case on April 13th at 10:30 a.m., and then I am setting an arraignment hearing in the McDowell Mountain Justice Court on April 8th at 8:30 a.m. So those are different dates at different locations. Those will be in your paperwork. Just make sure you pay attention to which dates are at which location. I am going to release you today on your own recognizance on both cases. Just make sure you get to your court dates. As a part of your release, I am ordering that you not return to the scene of any alleged crimes, no contact with any alleged victims, complainants, or witnesses, and no possessing any drugs without a valid prescription. All that's going to be in your paperwork. Do you have any questions?
No, sir.
Okay, grab your paperwork to your left and have a seat.
Thank you.
Nicholas Culp to the podium and Adrian Sanchez to the chair, please.
Hi.
Good morning. May I have your name and date of birth?
Nicholas Cole, 7/25/89.
Thank you. We are here today on two different cases, a Superior Court new case, as well as a failure to appear bench warrant on your probation case. On your new case, you were arrested on allegations of dangerous drug possession, Class 4 felony, narcotic drug possession, Class 4 felony, and drug paraphernalia, Class 6 felony. I will find a probable cause except for the dangerous drug allegation. I wasn't provided with enough information from the arresting agency. Doesn't mean that that goes away. They could still charge you with that down the line, but for today's purposes, I'm not finding probable cause. Talk with your attorney if you have questions about what that means. I am going to appoint you an attorney on your current case or on your new case, and I will affirm the attorney that was already appointed to you in your probation case. I'm going to set a status conference on April 9th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing on April 13th at 8:30 on your new case. And then I am setting a probation revocation arraignment hearing on April 1st at 8:30 on your probation case. All that's going to be in the downtown Superior Court. I am going to release you today on your own recognizance to be supervised by your probation officer on both cases.
Thank you.
It looks like you have been in pretty good communication with your probation officer. That's why I'm going to give you a chance to be in the community.
Thank you so much.
So make sure that you go to court and you contact your probation officer. I'm also going to order that you not possess any weapons, drugs, or alcohol, and you must contact probation within 72 hours of your release.
Okay.
I would suggest contacting them right away.
Thank you so much.
All that's going to be in your paperwork. Do you have any questions?
Thank you.
Any questions?
No.
Okay, grab your paperwork and have a seat.
Thank you.
Adrian Sanchez to the podium and Zaire Smith to the chair, please. Good morning. May I have your name and date of birth?
Adrian Sanchez and May 29, 2007.
Thank you. We are here today on municipal court, new case out of the Peoria Municipal Court. You were arrested on allegations of disorderly conduct, Class 1 misdemeanor, and criminal damage, Class 2 misdemeanor. I will find a probable cause. I am setting an arraignment hearing in the Peoria Municipal Court on April 14th at 9 a.m. I am going to release you today on your own recognizance. That's a promise to appear at your next court date. I'm also going to order that you not return to the scene of any alleged crime, no contact with any listed victim, complainant, or witness, no possessing any weapons, drugs, or alcohol, and you must obey any terms of any order of protection or order against harassment that has been or will be issued. All that information will be in your paperwork. Do you have any questions?
Yes, the scene of the thing was in my neighborhood, so like where I live.
So the information that I received, it was in a vehicle, I believe, were the allegations.
It was like on the side of the street of my house.
So just don't be in the vehicle with the victim, since I'm ordering no contact in this
Okay.
case.
And if, say that person was to contact me, what would
Don't respond.
Okay.
Okay. You cannot initiate any contact. If they contact you, pretend like you didn't get contacted.
Okay.
Okay. Any other questions?
No, sir.
Okay. Grab your paperwork to your left and have a seat.
Thank you.
Zaire Smith to the podium and Christopher Manzanares to the chair, please. Good morning. May I have your name and date of birth?
My name is Zaire Smith, and I was born September 22nd, 2006.
Thank you. We are here today on the Superior Court new case. You were arrested on allegations of criminal trespassing, which is a Class 6 felony. I will find probable cause, and I will appoint you an attorney. I am setting a status conference on April 9th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing on April 13th at 8:30, both in the downtown Superior Court. I am going to release you today on your own recognizance. That's a promise to appear at your next court date. As a part of your release, I am ordering that you not return to the scene of any alleged crime, no contact with any alleged victim, complainant, or witness, no possessing any drugs without a valid prescription, and no possessing or consuming any alcohol. All that information will be in your paperwork. Do you have any questions?
No, sir.
Okay, grab your paperwork to your left and have a seat.
All right, thank you.
Christopher Manzanares to the podium and Joseph Leesperance to the chair, please. Good morning. May I have your name and date of birth?
Christopher Manzanares, 1/1993.
Thank you. We are here today on a Justice Court warrant out of the Hacienda Justice Court on a case involving reckless driving and leaving the scene of an accident. I am going to set an arraignment hearing in the Hacienda Justice Court on April 8th at 9 a.m. I am going to release you today on your own recognizance. That's a promise to appear at your next court date. As a part of your release, I am ordering that you not have contact with the arresting officers and no possessing any drugs without a valid prescription. All that information will be in your paperwork. Do you have any questions?
No, sir.
Okay, cover your paperwork to your left and seat.
Thank you.
Joseph Leesperance to the podium and Timothy Davis to the chair, please. Good morning. May I have your name and date of birth?
Joseph Leesperance, 1987.
Is it May 26th,
May
1987?
26, 1987, yeah.
Thank you. We are here today on two different cases, a Superior Court new case, as well as a probation violation for violating Term 1. On your new case, you were arrested on allegations of 2 counts of organized retail theft, Class 4 felonies, 1 count of shoplifting, Class 4 felony, and 1 count of drug paraphernalia, Class 6 felony. I will find probable cause. I am going to appoint you an attorney on both of these cases. I am setting a status conference on April 9th at 8:30, a preliminary hearing on April 13th at 8:30, and a probation revocation arraignment hearing on April 1st at 8:30. All of those hearings will be in the downtown Superior Court. I am going to release you today on your own recognizance. Hold on, you're not done. I'm going to release you today on your own recognizance today, but to be supervised by your probation officer.
All right.
As a part of your release, I am ordering that you not return to the scene of any alleged crime, no contact with any alleged victim, complainant, or witness, no possessing any weapons, drugs, or alcohol, and you have to contact your probation officer within 72 hours of your release. All that's going to be in your paperwork. Do you have any questions?
No.
Okay, grab your paperwork and have a seat.
Go ahead and have a seat up, please.
Timothy Davis to the podium. Good morning. May I have your name and date of birth?
Timothy Davis, 12/4/96.
Thank you. We are here today on a Superior Court new case. You were arrested on allegations of 2 counts of aggravated assault, Class 2 felonies, and 2 counts of aggravated assault, Class 3 felonies. I will find probable cause and I will appoint you an attorney. I am going to set a status conference on March 31st at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing on April 2nd at 8:30. Both of those will be in the downtown Superior Court. I am going to issue a secured bond today in the amount of $5,000. If you do post bond, I am ordering that you not return to the scene of any alleged crime, no contact with any listed victim, complainant, or witness, no possessing any weapons, and no drugs without a valid prescription. All this information will be in your paperwork. Do you have any questions? All right, grab your paperwork to your left and have a seat. What are the house call reasons for? Oh. Officer, is there a reason why number 10 and number 16 can't be brought to court?
Number 10 and 16, they both are dangerous to others, Your Honor.
All right, based on that report, I will find that each of these individuals are a danger to themselves or others. They were being brought to court, so I will conduct their initial appearance at their cell. For number 10, Murdad Takakolzadeh, we are here today on a probation violation warrant for violating terms 3 and 5. I will appoint an attorney, set a probation revocation arraignment hearing on April 1st at 8:30, and I will issue a secured bond in the amount of $500. For number 16, James Bacon, we're here on a Justice Court warrant out of University Lakes Justice Court for a case involving assault and obstruction. I will set an arraignment hearing in the University Lakes Justice Court on April 14th at 1:30, and I will release him on his own recognizance. I will conduct each of these initial appearances at their cell and provide them with a written copy. If I do need to make any modifications or changes, I'll do so either on the record or in writing. And officer, just so that I'm clear, for those two, you said they're a danger to others. Is there a reason why they're a danger to others?
I believe it's just due to behavior.
Were they exhibiting bizarre behavior in general population? Okay, based on that, I will conduct their initial appearances at their cell. That does conclude the 11 a.m. calendar. We will stand in recess until 2 p.m.